What if the very fabric of divine power was woven with betrayal, jealousy, and a snail's pace of revenge? Ridiculous, right? Yet, here lies the tale of Zeus and Hera, the royal couple whose love story drips with more intrigue than a courtroom drama staged in Olympus. They say gods are above such pettiness. But what if they're not? What if, beneath their celestial grandeur, lurks a twisted Game of Thrones played with thunderbolts and broken hearts? Picture it, Olympus, a glittering stage where the gods sip ambrosia while plotting cosmic mischief. A marriage forged in power, yet as fragile as a glass vase dangling from a cliff. Zeus, a notorious philanderer whose escapades could fill an entire scroll, has chosen Hera, the goddess of marriage herself. A match made in a celestial office, but one rife with jealousy, the kind that spritzes the air with the tang of electric tension. And what's Hera's response to Zeus's betrayal? A punishment so bizarre it makes even the most outlandish reality show seem tame. Enter Chelone, an unsuspecting turtle goddess caught in the crossfire of divine chaos. What could be more absurd than a snail-paced creature becoming the unwilling pawn in a titanic game of divine retribution? A punishment so richly layered, it transcends the mind-bending plots of modern sitcoms. Picture Hera, an unflinching queen, wielding her unfathomable power like a chef tossing ingredients into a boiling cauldron, while Zeus plays his hand with all the grace of a drunken satyr. The stakes? Absolute dominion over the heavens, with a side order of chaos and a dollop of dark humor. But what is punishment without a twist? Chelone, slow, steady, and wise, holds the key to a mystery that could topple Olympus. A cosmic riddle that teeters on the edge of oblivion, where each moment is a heartbeat away from calamity. As Hera's wrath becomes a tempest, Zeus's charm unravels like a poorly knitted sweater. Where does loyalty end and vengeance begin? Who suffers more, the betrayed or the betrayer? In this high-stakes charade, laughter isn't just an escape, it's a weapon. Wield it wisely, lest it cut deep. Gods and goddesses don't play by the rules. They write their own, penning a script in blood and ambrosia, while the cosmos bears witness. So, what happens when betrayal meets punishment, and a turtle goddess finds herself at the center of it all? Chaos erupts. The power struggle spirals into a maelstrom. A single question reverberates: can even the divine escape the labyrinth of their own making? Answers lurk in shadows, tantalizingly out of reach. This tale isn't just a story, it's a visceral experience where myth collides with reality, and every twist demands your breath. Are you ready to peel back the layers of heaven's most scandalous love affair? Forget what you know. The truth is darker, funnier, and far more unpredictable than you ever imagined. A storm was brewing over the cliffs of Mount Olympus, dark clouds swirling with a fury that mirrored the chaos in Rhea's heart. She stood at the edge, the wind biting at her skin, her breath caught in a throat tight with fear. The weight of the world pressed down, heavier than the rock beneath her feet. She could feel it, her flesh ached with the knowledge of her impending loss, the shattering of dreams. Cronus, her husband, was a titan with a heart as cold as the stone he ruled. He had heard whispers, dark prophecies winding through the shadows, whispering that one day, his own child would rise against him. The thought clawed at him, gnawed at his sanity. And now, Rhea could see the truth coiling like smoke in the air. Cronus would not allow another to threaten his power. I remember the sweetness of sunlight, she thought, how it bathed my skin in warmth. The memories rolled through her like waves crashing against the shore, each one a reminder of what could be lost. Her mind drifted to the day she cradled her firstborn, Hestia, in tender arms, the infant's soft cries wrapping around her heart. Oh, how quickly innocence can turn to ash, she whispered, clutching her belly, pregnant with the child she hoped would become the savior of her soul. But hope was a fragile thing, and darkness whispered promises that made Rhea tremble. Each moment ticked by with the heaviness of fate, the clock of their lives ticking down to a devastating crescendo. Cronus had already consumed his firstborns, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, each swallowed whole, silenced forever. Their laughter echoed only in the hollow chambers of his heart. Rhea felt the ghost of their joy brush against her skin, and she shuddered. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths of the shadows, a titan with a fierce gaze. Her name was Mnemosyne, goddess of memory. Rhea's sister, her confidant, but also a reminder of what was at stake. Rhea, she urged, desperation lighting her eyes. You must act. You can't let him consume another. Her words were laced with urgency, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. I cannot, Rhea replied, her voice breaking like glass. What if I fail? The vulnerability spilled from her, a torrent of fear. Inside her, a child stirred, a flicker of life battling against the encroaching darkness. What if this one? What if he becomes the very thing we fear? Then he will rise against him, Mnemosyne said, her voice fierce, a battle cry against despair. He will be your light in the darkness. You have to believe. Rhea closed her eyes, letting the wind whip through her hair, a wild dance of uncertainty and resolve. But I can't let him be consumed. I can't face the loss again. Each word felt like a dagger to her heart, but deep inside, beneath the fear, a flame flickered, a spark of defiance against the storm that threatened to swallow her whole. The night enveloped them, shrouded in silence, but for the distant rumble of thunder. Rhea's heart thudded in time with the storm, each beat a reminder of the fragility of their existence. She could almost hear the cries of her swallowed children, echoing like ghosts through the halls of her mind. But as the storm crackled above, Rhea felt an overpowering urgency surge within her, like a tide breaking free of its chains. I will protect him, she vowed, her voice rising against the wind. I will become the storm that crashes against the darkness. Beneath her heart, the child stirred again, a sensation like lightning, a promise of power yet to be unleashed. She could feel him, could sense the strength coursing through his veins. I will not allow Cronus to turn another child into a mere shadow, she whispered fiercely, a vow that echoed in the void around her. The Titan clenched her fists, trembling with the weight of her decision. A sudden gust of wind howled violently, and Rhea turned to Mnemosyne, her eyes gleaming with determination. Help me. Help me to save my son, to protect him from the fate that looms like a dark cloud over our lives. With a resolute nod, Mnemosyne stepped closer, her presence a balm against the tempest. We must hide him, Rhea. It's the only way. Where? The question hung in the air, heavy with dread. Where can he be safe from Cronus? Crete, Mnemosyne said, her voice steady amidst the chaos. The caves of Ida. A sanctuary hidden from prying eyes. There, he can grow, free from the chains of fate. As the storm raged above, Rhea felt the pulse of her child within her, each kick against her stomach a reminder of hope, of destiny. Yes, she breathed, her heart racing. I will do it. In the dark of night, as thunder cracked like a whip, Rhea slipped away from the precipice. Anxiety thrummed in her veins, but she was no longer afraid. Instead, a fierce resolve ignited within her, burning bright against the shadows. She would be a mother. She would guard this child with every ounce of her being, even if it meant defying the very God who had taken everything from her. With each step toward the hidden sanctuary, she felt the weight of time pressing against her, an invisible clock ticking down toward the moment of truth. The shadows stretched around her, curling like the tendrils of fate itself, and she knew there would be consequences for defiance. But what good was a throne made of ashes? What good was power at the cost of love? Rhea clutched her belly, feeling the spark of life within, and whispered a prayer into the storm, a promise to the winds that howled around her. I will not let him take you. In that moment, the world felt impossibly vast and crushingly small, a swirling cosmos of despair and hope entwined. Rhea was no longer just a mother, she was a warrior, a beacon of light fighting against the encroaching night. Shadows danced around them, foreboding but ripe with the promise of power and change. She would birth not just a child, but a revolution, a force that would echo through the annals of time. The storm roared above, the winds howling and crashing, but Rhea pressed on. The future lay ahead, cloaked in uncertainty, but one thing was clear, the echoes of the past would not determine the course of this child's destiny. She could already feel the pulse of greatness waiting to be unleashed, the rise of a god, Zeus. The wind howled through the craggy peaks, a banshee's wail echoing across the desolate landscape. Shadows bled like ink into the grey sky, obscuring the sun, and a storm brewed in Hera's heart, a tempest of longing and betrayal. She stood atop Olympus, the cold stone biting into her bare feet, her breath quickening, each gust a reminder of the weight of her lineage. Fear twisted in her gut, a serpent coiling tighter, whispering doubts as her destiny hung by a fragile thread. I remember the night when the stars seemed to tremble, each flicker a note in the symphony of fate. I was not always the queen. Once, I was merely a girl, adrift in the nightmares my lineage bequeathed. My mother's laughter echoed behind me, sweet yet hollow, a ghost of warmth in a world that offered none. Hera, daughter of the Titans, yet mere speck against the vastness of the cosmos. They painted me as a goddess, but the canvas of my heart was smeared with the colors of fear and resentment. And there was Zeus, my brother, my tormentor, my love. He stood beneath me, a tempest himself, thunder crackling in his eyes. I felt the pull of him, an unrelenting tide, and yet, each time I reached out, I found only the jagged edges of betrayal. His ambition stretched like shadows across the land, and I, forever destined to be the anchor that held him down. You will never be free of me, his voice rang like a bell, taunting, echoing off the walls of my soul. I remember the bitter taste of his promises, sweetened with the nectar of falsehoods. Our bond twisted into something grotesque, a play of light and darkness where love battled with power. I watched as he wooed other goddesses and mortals, their laughter ringing like knives in the silence of my heart. The jealousy rose within me, a beast clawing for release. Each cheat left a scar, each betrayal a chasm of hurt that threatened to swallow me whole. On this storm-racked night, the heavens seemed to tremble with my emotions, and I could sense the world around me crackling with anticipation, as if the very fabric of fate suspended itself, waiting for a sign. Would I rise, a phoenix from ash, or be consumed by the very flames that burned within me? My pulse raced as I sought clarity amid the chaos. Do you think you can control destiny? I hissed at Zeus, the words spilling forth like venom. He looked up, eyes fierce with defiance. I did not choose this, Hera. You already know that. But I could see it in him, the thrill of power, the intoxicating taste of control. You are in your own prison, I shot back, anger flaring within me. I am but a prisoner of your making. The lightning struck, illuminating the darkened sky, and I stood there, breathless. This moment felt like the turning of a page, the breath before the plunge. I could become who I was meant to be, a Hera, the queen, not a mere pawn. I could rise. But in doing so, what would I lose? I remember gazing into the abyss, the silence heavy and ripe with tension. A decision loomed larger than the mountains around us. With trembling hands, I reached out, fingers brushing against the cold stone of Olympus. The echoes of past pain surged within me like a tidal wave, my mother's laughter intermingled with the ghosts of my own insecurities. You will never be like them, a voice whispered, dark and seductive. You are destined for greatness, but at what cost? Earth shifted beneath me, the foundation of Olympus quaking with the weight of my thoughts. I could feel Hera, the goddess, demanding to be acknowledged. She craved recognition, yet the price of that acknowledgement was steep. In the end, it was not power I sought, it was freedom, the freedom to love and to be loved fully, without shadows looming over me. Why do I feel this pull? I asked Zeus, the words slipping like water between my fingers. Why does love feel like a curse? His gaze softened, but I saw the flicker of the storm behind it. Because love is not a gift, it is a battle, a war fought with hearts, and I am a soldier who has lost his way. In that moment, the tension crackled, and the storm broke. I was not just the daughter of Titans, I was a woman who had suffered enough. The tears flowed like rain, washing away the bitterness of betrayal and fear. The sky mirrored my turmoil, the thunder rumbling as my heart shattered and rebuilt itself in an instant. My voice rose above the cacophony, fierce and unwavering. I will not be your pawn anymore, Zeus. I will forge my own destiny. Lightning flashed, illuminating the shadows that lurked around us, and I felt the pulse of life surge through the air. It throbbed with promise, each particle shimmering with possibility. I could almost hear the whispers of other goddesses, their strength curling around me, lending me their power. I felt the fierce pride of my lineage rise like a phoenix, igniting my spirit. Then you must become the queen, Zeus said, his tone a blend of admiration and fear. Not just in name, but in spirit. You cannot run from your lineage. And in that moment, I understood. I was not running, I was reclaiming. My tears were not weakness, they were the very essence of what made me divine. The storm within me began to settle, and in the stillness, I felt the warmth of a new dawn breaking on the horizon. I was Hera, the queen of the gods, and in my heart, I knew this was only the beginning. As the clouds began to part, revealing the first light of dawn, I stood resolute, heart pounding with the thrill of the unknown. I would face the trials ahead, the battles of love and power, but for the first time, I felt alive. The shadow of doubt and betrayal had been cast aside. The echoes of my lineage rang louder now, a symphony of strength and defiance that could not be silenced. And as the sun began to rise, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, I took a step forward, into the light, into my rightful place, and into the unknown. The world awaited, and I was ready. The tempest roared with a vengeance, a furious symphony of wind and thunder that shattered the starlit sky above Mount Olympus. In that moment, the world felt suspended, a fragile crystal teetering on the precipice of destruction. I stood at the edge of the precipice, heart pounding like a war drum, knowing that the air crackled not just with lightning but with the weight of the gods' unrest. This was no ordinary storm, it was an upheaval, a boiling cauldron of divine angst. I remember the way the ground trembled beneath me, as if even the earth itself feared the wrath of what was to come. The landscape shifted, dark shadows of trees bending low beneath the fury, like supplicants before a wrathful deity. I could feel it, the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. My heart raced, and for a moment, I was torn between the urge to run and the inexplicable draw to stay. Then there was Aethra, the daughter of shadows and light, her presence both a comfort and a tempest. I could see the fear flickering in her eyes, a wild flame threatening to be extinguished by the storm. "Look," she shouted, pointing toward the summit, her voice trembling with the fervor of 1,000 prayers. "They've begun the forging." The forging. All around us, the winds howled, carrying whispers of betrayal and power. I had heard the legends of how the gods would shape their home from the mountain's very core, carving it into a sanctuary that would defy time and logic. But as Aethra's voice soared above the gale, I felt the pull of something darker. Would this place be a refuge or a prison? Would we worship them or be consumed by them? Aethra was a flame unsnuffed, but even flames can turn to ashes. I had seen her laugh, her joy radiating like sunlight, brightening the gloomiest days. But now, shadows danced on her brow. There was nothing ordinary about her, she was a tapestry of laughter and sorrow, a reminder that life could be both beautiful and grotesque. I saw the trembling of her hands, the way her breath hitched. "What if they fail?" she whispered, the words slipping from her lips like a prayer cast into the void. A tension rippled through me. I couldn't deny it, I felt it too. There was something monumental about the forging, and beneath the beauty of our gods, a fragility lingered, unseen yet palpable. And then, there was Hesperos, always brooding, always lost in the depths of his own mind. His gaze was fixed on the churning clouds, shadows mapping out the turmoil within. He was a fortress of despair, brimming with questions that gnawed at his soul. "Do we wait for them to destroy us?" he muttered, the weight of his words a heavy shroud that draped over my heart. He was both brave and cowardly, a tapestry of contradictions, and his fear was the kind that could swallow the sun. I felt their fears intertwining with mine, a triad of raw emotion, fear, hope, despair. The storm screamed around us, a chorus of nature echoing our internal chaos. Like a desperate dance, we were caught in the eye of the storm, our souls laid bare, raw and trembling. I could feel the pulse of the mountain, a heartbeat that resonated with ours, thump, thump, thump. Aethra stepped closer, her warmth a fragile balm against the encroaching chill. "If they fail, we fail, but if they succeed," she trailed off, the possibility hanging in the air like a suspended breath. Could we dare to hope? In that moment, the storm stopped, as if time itself had drawn a breath. The air became still, thick with anticipation, and I could almost hear the mountain's heartbeat syncing with mine. It was a moment of clarity, sharp and painful. Would we be part of something grand, or would we be swept away, mere whispers against the backdrop of destiny? And then there was light, a blinding, searing light emanating from the mountain's peak, illuminating our faces and flooding my senses with an overwhelming surge of emotion. The forging had begun. The ground shook beneath us, a violent convulsion of raw power that sent tremors through my bones. My heart raced as the light enveloped everything, and I could feel Hesperos beside me, his presence a flickering candle in the darkest night. He turned to me, eyes wide with a mix of awe and terror. "What if they don't want us?" he breathed, the unspoken fear that gripped him coiling around my throat like a noose. In that moment, the weight of existence pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. Aethra's hand found mine, a tether in the chaos. "We'll be part of it," she whispered fiercely, yet her voice trembled, a hint of uncertainty threading through her bravery. "We must believe." And so we stood, three souls caught in the throes of creation, the fury of the gods raging around us, hearts beating in unison with the mountain, a symphony of hope and fear, despair and desire. The forging was not merely of stone and earth, it was the forging of destinies, of lives intertwined in a dance both macabre and beautiful. As the light intensified, I caught glimpses of figures in the brilliance, gods being sculpted from the very essence of Olympus, their forms embodying grace and wrath, beauty and terror. It was a moment frozen in time, yet swirling with the chaos of existence, a dream caught between the edges of reality. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, the light surged, and the storm returned with a vengeance, a primal roar that echoed through the valleys, threatening to consume everything in its path. We stood there, breathless and exposed, shattered pieces of a puzzle we had yet to understand, caught in the eye of eternity, waiting for the moment when Olympus would rise, and our fates would intertwine with the gods above. In that swirling chaos, I remember the heartbeat of the mountain, thundering through my veins, a reminder that we were all part of something far greater, spinning in the dark tapestry of existence. And I could feel it, the tension building, the anticipation, like the stillness before the storm. Our story was just beginning, and the winds howled, urging us forward into the unknown. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the distance as the clouds hung low, pregnant with unspoken words, secrets begging to be revealed. Zeus stood on the precipice of Olympus, staring down into the abyss of a world that had not yet learned to understand the weight of power or the fragility of love. Thunder rolled in the distance, an echo of his inner turmoil, each rumble a reminder of the storms that brewed within him, storms that could shatter mountains and hearts alike. "I remember the first time I saw her," he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, as if the very act of speaking might shatter the fragile memory he clung to like a lifeline. A vision, a ghost, a flicker of light in the shadows. Hera, the queen of the gods, stood not too far away, her presence commanding yet delicate, a flower blooming defiantly in the midst of chaos. Her beauty was a potent weapon, sharp and gleaming, yet it held the weight of dreams unfulfilled. She was everything he longed for and everything that terrified him. Her eyes, dark pools of mysteries untold, held storms within them, the kind of storms that he, with all his thunderous might, could never control. "Zeus," she called, her voice like silk wrapped around steel. "You think you can hide from me?" The challenge hung in the air, electrifying and dangerous. He turned, heart pounding, every beat echoing the battle raging inside him. Their first encounter had been a collision of fates, a spark igniting a fire that threatened to consume them both. But now? Now the air was thick with the weight of expectation, of betrayal, of the unfathomable depths of desire that could drown even the most powerful. He started, the words tumbling from his mouth, but he faltered, a child in the presence of a goddess. "I was just wondering if you would ever see me as more than just a storm." "More than a storm." She laughed, a sound that sent shivers down his spine, raw and beautiful, like glass shards glinting in the sunlight. "You are a tempest, a hurricane that uproots everything in its path." "Love? That is a gentle breeze, and you, my dear, are anything but gentle." Her laughter rang in his ears, a haunting melody that wrapped around him like chains. He longed to break free from the shackles of his own making, to reveal the vulnerable heart beneath the surface, but the fear of rejection loomed like a shadow over him, dark and unyielding. "I remember," he said, the memory flooding back like a tidal wave. "The way you danced, radiant under the stars, a defiance against the darkness. Every step was poetry, every twirl a whisper of rebellion." Hera's expression softened for a fleeting moment, but the storm within her remained unquiet. And what of the cost, O mighty Zeus? What of the promises made and broken? You wield your power like a child with a hammer, smashing, destroying, but never truly creating. Her words cut deep, and he felt the weight of her disappointment like a boulder on his chest. He was a god, yes, but what did that matter if he could not possess her heart? I can be more, he pleaded, desperation spilling from him like a river overflowing its banks. More, she questioned, stepping closer, each movement deliberate and graceful. More is a promise made in the heat of passion, easily forgotten in the chill of morning light. Can you promise me the stars? Can you offer me constellations? He reached for her, trembling fingers brushing against her skin, electricity surging through him. I will move heaven and earth if that's what it takes, he declared, his voice low and fierce, every syllable laced with sincerity. But as their eyes locked, the very cosmos seemed to align and realign, a dizzying dance where hope and despair intertwined. You do not understand, she whispered, the weight of her words sinking into him like a stone in water. The stars are already in my grasp, yet they burn so brightly that they sear my soul. He felt the pull of the universe, the sheer gravity of her pain, and in that moment, he understood the depth of her conflict. She was a queen, bound by duty and honor, yet here they were, teetering on the brink of something vast and terrifying. Do you think I am without flaws? He asked, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through the armor he wore. I am a god, yes, but I am also a fool. A fool in love, grasping for something I cannot hold. The thunder rolled again, and for a second, they were suspended in time, two souls caught in the dance of fate, shadows of what could be and what should never be flickering around them. And what if I am not meant to be caught? She asked, the question hanging like a specter between them. I will catch you, he vowed, voice fierce, heart hammering. Even if it shatters me. They stood there, breathless and trembling, the air thick with unspoken promises and the chilling fear of loss. Time twisted around their words, each heartbeat amplified, a reminder that this was a moment suspended in the abyss. In that fragile silence, they could feel the echoes of their pasts, the mistakes that had led them here, the ghosts of their fears whispering warnings in the shadows. Yet, amidst the chaos, there was a flicker of hope, a glimmer of something that felt like destiny, the kind of connection that could shift the very fabric of the cosmos. I remember, Zeus said softly, when the world was just a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of our story. But as their fingers entwined, a haunting shadow loomed, a reminder that even the most beautiful beginnings could lead to heartbreaking ends. And as the storm raged on, they stood together, teetering on the brink of love and heartache, the world around them twisting into an intricate tapestry of passion and pain, forever caught in an unending cycle of desire and despair. Yet, they were too lost in each other to see how the darkness encroached. The echoes of fate were just beginning, and the world would never be the same. The streetlights flickered like dying stars, casting shivering shadows across the cobblestones. Each pulse of their glow whispered secrets, echoing the heartbeats of three souls tangled in a web of desire and deceit. I stood there, breathless, as the night wrapped itself around me like a lover's embrace, gritty and intoxicating. The scent of damp earth mingled with something sweet and melancholic, a reminder of the roses blooming in the garden of my torment. I felt it before I saw her, Elena, a ghost of grace and fury, her silhouette framed against the dark velvet sky. Her eyes shimmered with a feral light, a mix of longing and betrayal, drawing me in like a moth to an unholy flame. You shouldn't be here, she hissed, her voice a soft blade, cutting through the thick tension suffocating us. Not now. But how could I stay away? The air crackled with unspoken words, a tension so palpable it could tear the night apart. I could hear the distant clock tower chiming, each strike resonating in my chest, time slipping away, moments lost forever in the abyss of our choices. I could taste it, the bitter sweet of divine love and rivalry, an intoxicating cocktail that left a trail of destruction in its wake. Then, from the shadows emerged Marcus, his presence a storm-gathering force. The very air shifted, I could feel it pressing against my skin, like the weight of a promise whispered in the dark. His eyes, dark as storm clouds, locked onto mine, igniting a tempest within. What are you waiting for? He growled, a predator sizing up his prey. The way he said it twisted my insides, filled with longing and rage. He was my brother in arms, but tonight, he was something else entirely. Not everything is a game, Marcus, I shot back, my voice trembling with the heat of the moment, the air thick enough to taste the bitterness of regret. This isn't just about you. But he laughed, a sound devoid of joy, a mockery of our shared past. And yet here we are, tangled in this mess. Divine love? More like a curse. His words hung in the air, a grotesque reminder of our history, a history steeped in affection, rivalry, and the unshakable bond of blood. I looked back at Elena, caught in the crossfire of our unholy triangle. Her breath came in quick bursts, and I could see the tremors that betrayed her calm exterior. She was the center of our universe, the sun around which our world spun, but she felt heavy, weighed down by the gravity of our conflicting desires. A broken star, she shone too brightly, too fiercely, yet cast a shadow large enough to engulf us both. I remember, I whispered, letting the memories wash over me like a torrential rain. The night we met, the air was electric. Do you remember that? I remember, Elena replied, her voice steadier now, but I could see the flicker of pain in her eyes. And I remember the moment it turned to ash. The word struck me, sharp and true. Our divine love, a fire that burned too bright, too recklessly. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter from days that felt distant, as if they belonged to another lifetime. Nights spent beneath the stars, sharing dreams and secrets, whispering promises that seemed as eternal as the cosmos themselves. But here we stood, on the edge of something dark, where love had twisted into rivalry, turning our hearts into battlegrounds. The clock continued to toll, each chime a reminder that time waits for no one, that the moment was slipping through our fingers like sand. Make a choice, Marcus's voice was a low rumble, a tempest brewing just beneath the surface. Or we'll all go down in flames. The challenge lay heavy in the air, a gaping maw waiting to swallow us whole. I could feel the fierce tug of attraction pulling me toward Elena, the warmth of her body igniting a fire within, but Marcus loomed like a shadow, a constant reminder of the stakes involved. It was a cruel game, one I had never asked to play. I started, but the words caught in my throat, tangled in a web of emotions suffocating me. Choose wisely, Elena interjected, her voice sharp. Because this time, there's no coming back. The words hovered between us, thick with tension and the weight of betrayal. I looked at Marcus, his jaw clenched, fists balled at his sides. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, a brief glimpse of the boy I once knew beneath the hardened facade he wore like armor. We were brothers, bound by blood and loyalty, yet at this moment, we were rivals, ready to tear each other apart for the sake of love. I remember, I whispered again, the words spilling from my lips like a prayer. When love felt like joy, not this twisted nightmare. The night felt heavier now, as if the stars themselves had dimmed, suffocated by our collective anguish. I could see the streets of the city breathing, alive with the echoes of our past. Each shadow whispered tales of what once was, and what could never be again. Suddenly, the moment crackled, raw and electric, and a choice loomed before me, vast and terrifying. Attraction and rivalry danced a dangerous waltz, beckoning me deeper into the abyss. I could feel the siren call of Elena, her warmth wrapping around me like a second skin, and the icy grip of Marcus's fury anchoring me to the ground. And amidst it all, I felt the weight of the cosmos, the threads of fate pulling tighter, threatening to unravel. This wasn't just a moment, it was an eternity, a chasm of heartache and longing. What will you do? The night seemed to ask, its voice a haunting echo that reverberated in my mind. The clock struck again, louder this time, a drumbeat heralding the end of innocence, the closing chapters of something that had never really begun. My heart raced, caught in a tempest of emotion, a collision of love and rivalry, divine and damned. I took a breath, ready to plunge into the chaos, knowing that whatever I chose, the world would change forever. And perhaps that was the point. The thunder crackles like a soul in agony, splitting the night sky, illuminating the darkness that cloaks Mount Olympus. Inside the grand hall, shadows dance on the marble walls, echoing the heartbeat of a tension that suffocates. I stand at the precipice, heart pounding, the air thick with unspoken desires and unshed tears. It's here, in this sacred space, that everything changes. I remember the moment, the glimmering gold of my crown, a heavy weight of duty resting upon my brow, a constant reminder of the choice I must make. Zeus, the tempest himself, storms into the hall, his presence an electric charge that sends chills racing down my spine. His eyes, two burning suns, fixate upon me as if I am the very essence of his existence. I've heard whispers of his might, tales of gods bowing to him, but standing before him, I feel like a moth caught in a wildfire. I remember the warmth of sunlight on my skin as a child, the innocence of those moments now overshadowed by this overwhelming urgency. The very air crackles with tension, and in this sacred stillness, I can hear the ticking of time, the countdown to an inevitable collision. Hera, he breathes, and that single word stretches across the room like a taut string ready to snap. I seek your hand. His voice, rich and commanding, wraps around me, igniting the embers of anger, love, and fear within my chest. A proposal, yes, but laced with something darker, an ultimatum. I can feel the weight of his gaze, heavy with expectation, like a storm cloud ready to burst. I remember what it means to be desired, to be the envy of every goddess, yet all I feel now is the gravity of what's at stake. My heart thrums with a mixture of longing and dread, a dance of emotion swirling like the chaotic winds outside. I glance at the window, the night cloaked in an inky darkness, and wonder if it mirrors the void I feel inside. Your hand, I whisper, breath caught in my throat, is a prize for a conquest. I see his expression shift, a flicker of something raw. Regret? Rage? Perhaps both. Zeus is a complex storm, and I am but a fragile flower trying to stand tall against the gale. My words hang in the air, thick and suffocating, a challenge and an invitation wrapped in one. In this echoing hall, the ghosts of our past loom large. Memories of laughter shared beneath the stars, the sweetness of stolen moments, but now, those memories taunt me, casting shadows of doubt. I remember the whispers, his infidelities, the lives of countless mortals caught in the crossfire of his whims. I can't help but feel like a pawn in a game far larger than myself, a prize to be won rather than a partner to be cherished. His face hardens, and the warmth in his expression flickers, fading like embers beneath ash. I am the king of gods, and you will be my queen. The words strike me like lightning, illuminating the darkest corners of my heart. I see the truth in his eyes, a fierce determination that makes my pulse quicken, yet I recoil at the thought of surrendering myself entirely. My spirit is wild, untamed, and I refuse to be a mere ornament on Olympus's towering throne. Zeus, I say, voice trembling yet resolute. I am not a possession. I am not a trophy. Each word spills from my lips, a defiance wrapped in vulnerability. I remember moments of solitude on the mountainside, gazing at the stars and dreaming of freedom. I long for love that is not bound by chains of expectation, but rather one that liberates. The space between us crackles, a tempest of emotion swirling like the chaos outside. In his eyes, I see the storm brewing, a mixture of anger and something softer, something that resembles desperation. His hand clenches into a fist, and in that instant, I wonder if he sees me at all. I wonder if he truly understands the weight of the choice before him. Do you not feel it? He implores, tension thrumming through his voice. This bond between us is ancient, woven through the fabric of time itself. You are my destiny. The intensity in his voice sends shivers coursing through me, and for a heartbeat, I am torn between the desire to succumb and the need to resist. A flicker of hope ignites within, the hope that maybe, just maybe, there's a sliver of sincerity hidden beneath the layers of power. But then I remember the shadows, the echoing whispers of his past, the tears of women scorned, the chaos left in the wake of his desires. A knot tightens in my chest, the fear of becoming a ghost of my former self, lost in the vastness of his ambition. I will not be swallowed by your storm, I declare, voice fierce and unwavering. I will not lose myself in the allure of your throne. A tension-filled silence fills the air, thick as fog, wrapping around us until I can barely breathe. The storm outside rages on, but inside, time seems to stand still. I see the flicker in his eyes, a mix of admiration and fury, a haunting reflection of our intertwined fates. In that moment, as his gaze bores into me, I realize something profound. The battle we fight is not just for power or dominance, but for the very essence of love itself. Then what do you seek? His voice trembles, a crack forming in the facade of the mighty god. What do you desire? I look deep into those burning eyes, feeling the weight of 1,000 decisions pressing upon my shoulders. I seek a union that does not bind, but liberates, I say, my own heart racing, thundering like the storm outside. I desire a love that builds rather than destroys. I can feel the tension shift, a crack in his armor, revealing the vulnerability hidden beneath the surface. We stand, two cosmic forces in a world spiraling towards chaos, yet somehow anchored in this moment. The intensity of our confrontation swells, rising like the tide, and I know this is just the beginning. I remember the stories, the mythos that binds us, yet I crave to rewrite the narrative, to mold our destiny into something that shines brighter than the heavens. As the storm rages, as thunder rolls and echoes through the halls, I realize that this moment is not an ending, it's a bridge, a passage into what is to come. The air is thick with anticipation, a silent promise lingering between us, a promise that the future, however tempestuous, is ours to create. And so, as the night deepens, we stand on the brink of something extraordinary, the world around us fading into a blur, leaving just two souls intertwined in a dance of defiance, love, and an unyielding desire for freedom. The proposal is not merely a request, it's a challenge, a call to arms, and I remember every heartbeat, every breath, every moment that has led us here. This is not an ending, it's a beginning, a fierce and wild beginning that will echo through the ages. The night was thick, heavy with unspoken words. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a wishing well of shadows, illuminating the cobbles of the ancient city with a ghostly glow. I could hear the soft thud of my heart echoing in the silence, a drumbeat of dread that matched the rhythm of my racing thoughts. I stood at the edge of the narrow street, the sharp scent of rain-soaked earth clawing at my senses, and I could see her, Hera, the queen of gods and guardian of vows, perched on the precipice of a decision that could shatter worlds. Her shoulders were tense, coiled like a snake ready to strike. She was beautiful, painfully so, but there was an ache in her eyes, a flicker of something darker that stemmed from the depths of her soul. I could feel it clawing at me, wrapping around my heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with each passing second. But Hera stood there, resolute in her silence, a tempest caught in a fragile glass jar. Why? I whispered, the word barely escaping my lips, heavy as lead. It felt like treason to breach the quiet that wrapped around us. Why do you resist? Her gaze shifted toward me, a storm of emotions dancing behind those striking eyes, swirling like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. I imagined the countless nights she spent wrestling with her power, the weight of expectations pressing down on her like chains forged from the darkest of dreams. Because, she said, her voice a fragile thread, everything I touch turns to ash. Love, loyalty, hope. I can't bear to watch it crumble again. And there it was, the echo of a past that haunted her, shadows of broken promises and the ghosts of love lost to betrayal. I could see the images flickering in her mind, the specters of what had been, clawing at her, begging for recognition. I shivered. Then, there was him. A man cloaked in shadows, standing in stark contrast to her light. He was the embodiment of chaos, the storm rolling in when the sun sets. I could feel his presence, Magus, the one who spun tales as easily as he breathed, spinning webs of deception and desire. He dared to reach for her heart, to pull her into the tempest he called his life. I watched as he stepped forward, his voice a velvet caress. You don't have to do this alone, Hera. I'm here. The words hung between them, thick and suffocating. My chest tightened as I sensed the struggle that pulsed within Hera. Her heart was a battlefield, and every word was a weapon, every glance a calculated move. She loved him, I could see it, but it was a love laden with fear. I remember when the worlds collided, she murmured, her eyes distant, drawn into a memory that felt as real as the cobblestones beneath our feet. The light and the dark, entwined in a dance that should have been beautiful. But it wasn't. It was a nightmare. Magus stepped closer, his voice low and earnest. It doesn't have to be. We can reshape the stars if you let me in. But his words, while drenched in sincerity, were mere echoes against the walls she had built. I saw the flicker of hope in her eyes, but it was quickly smothered by the weight of her reluctance. "Hope is a fragile thing, Magus," she said, her voice trembling. "It breaks easily." I felt the air thickening around us, pressing against my chest, as a silence stretched, aching and taut. Time warped and twisted, each second stretching into eternity. I could see Magus's frustration boiling beneath the surface, a tempest churning within him, hungry for release. "You can't keep pushing me away, Hera. I fought for you, for us. Don't you see how worth it is?" The intensity of his gaze pierced through the veil of her defenses, and I could feel the walls she had built cracking, splintering with every heartbeat. There was desperation in him, a raw, visceral need that sent an electric shock through the air between them. But with every inch he closed, with every word laced with yearning, Hera recoiled. "Every time I reach for love," she whispered, a tear glistening like a fallen star on her cheek, "I burn. I can't do this again." Her pain resonated with me, a haunting symphony that throbbed in my veins. I remembered the stories, the tales of gods and mortals intertwined in love's intricate weave, only to unravel in the face of betrayal. I felt the tension crackle like lightning, ready to erupt, to consume them both. But in that moment, as the world around us held its breath, I saw something in Hera's eyes, a glimmer of defiance. "What if I want to be free?" she said, her voice a whisper that echoed through the night like a prayer. "What if I refuse to be bound by love's chains?" Magus recoiled, the air between them thick with unspoken words, a chasm that widened with her declaration. I could feel the storm brewing, thunder rumbling in the distance, threatening to swallow us all. The ground beneath us trembled, mirroring the upheaval within their hearts. "I can't be your salvation, Magus. I can't be anyone's." Her voice shattered, pieces of her heart falling to the ground like shattered glass. "Not anymore." And in that moment, the weight of her words hung heavy, a shroud draping over our fragile reality. I looked into her eyes, felt the tempest swirling in her soul, and the inevitability of loss crashed over me like a tidal wave. The night pressed in closer, shadows cast by flickering torchlight dancing along the walls, whispering secrets of what could have been. There was a silence that screamed between us, alive with possibility, yet suffocating in its depth. Then came the first clash, a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of our world, the sky splitting open as if to swallow us whole. "I will not let you go without a fight!" Magus shouted, raw desperation spilling from his lips, his hands reaching toward her, grasping for something elusive, something he feared losing. And for a moment, time suspended, the air electric, the tension thickening like a fog. The cosmos held its breath, and in that heartbeat, I saw the truth unfurl in the space between them. "I'm still here," I whispered to myself, a silent observer to a tale woven with heartache and longing. "But soon, we'll all be gone." As the storm raged above, the weight of their emotional turmoil erupted, cascading like a waterfall, each drop a moment suspended in time, each heartbeat a reminder of what lay ahead. The line was drawn, the battle between love and liberation was about to unfold, and I stood, caught in the eye of the storm, waiting for the tempest to break. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to choke on, as the shadows danced widely under the flickering street lamps. Inside that dim alley, Elena stood, her back pressed against the cold, damp brick. She could hear it, the soft whisper of love, laced with agony. It was a melody only she could hear, one that pulsed in her veins like a fever. She was not alone, he was there too, David. His breath came in uneven gasps, a desperate rhythm that echoed her own racing heart. "I can't do this," he murmured, his voice breaking like glass, sharp and fragile. It was a moment suspended in time, a collision of dreams and despair. Each word hung heavy in the air, weighted with the unsaid, the unthinkable. Eros had come, and with him, chaos. Elena clenched her fists. Her mind spiraled. She remembered that day, the sunlight streaming through the leaves, the laughter that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. It felt so far away now, like an old photograph faded and left behind. "You have to choose," she shouted, the desperation clawing at her throat. "It's either me or her." David flinched, as if she had struck him. His eyes, once so bright, now clouded with uncertainty. They danced with shadows, flickering between her and the specter of another woman, Mara, his childhood friend, the ghost of the what-could-have-beens. The weight of that name hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. "Why does it always come to this?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, drowned by the city's hum. "Why can't we just be happy?" Happy? Elena's laugh was bitter, a jagged edge cutting through the night. "Do you even know what happiness feels like anymore? Or is it just an echo of a dream?" Her heart raced, thrumming with the intensity of unspoken truths. Each heartbeat pulsed with a reminder of the night spent wondering, waiting, battling her own insecurities. Eros, the god of love, was not just a playful spirit, he was a cruel trickster. He played with hearts like a child tosses stones into a pond, sending ripples of chaos in all directions. How had it come to this? Their love, once a sanctuary, now felt like a battlefield. Elena's mind whirled with memories, the soft caresses, the whispered promises, the stolen kisses in the dark. "Do you even love me?" she pressed, the words bitter on her tongue. His gaze faltered, and Elena felt the world around her tremble. "I don't know," he said, and that uncertainty shattered her heart, scattering pieces across the cobblestone like shards of glass. In that moment, she remembered the night he had first kissed her under the stars. How they had laughed, how the world had disappeared, leaving only the two of them in their cocoon of innocence. "I remember," she whispered, tears pooling in her eyes, "when love was simple. But that was before Mara. Before the whispers of betrayal, the secret glances. Before Eros had arrived with his cruel, enchanting magic." The night was thick with unspoken words, and as Elena leaned closer, she could feel the tension crackling between them, charged with longing and despair, hope and dread. "I remember," she breathed, leaning into David, desperate for connection, for reassurance. "I remember when we thought we could conquer the world together, when our love was enough." But the truth loomed larger than any embrace, and she could see it reflected in his eyes, the doubt, the fear that had festered like a wound. He shifted uneasily, the weight of the decision pressing down like a heavy cloak. "You don't understand, Elena. This isn't just about us anymore. It's about family. It's about expectations." His words cut deep, and she felt the cool sting of betrayal wash over her. The night was alive, thrumming with tension like the pulse of the universe, and the shadows behind them whispered secrets she was not ready to hear. "Eros," she pleaded silently, "why must love be this way?" A flicker of movement in the corner of her eye drew her attention, a dark figure lurking in the shadows, hidden yet omnipresent. The god watched, an omnipotent witness to her unraveling. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, a sharp, echoing cry that reverberated through her bones. It was a signal, a warning. Somewhere, love was shattering, and the pieces were flying wild, cutting through the darkness. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her heart racing, fear creeping into her voice. David nodded, eyes wide. "We have to go." But something held her back, an invisible thread woven by Eros himself. "No," she whispered, "I won't run anymore. I refuse to let fear dictate my life." The shadows stretched before them, dark and foreboding, and Elena took a step forward, intertwining her fingers with David's. The warmth of his hand felt electric, yet it was not enough to quell the storm brewing inside her. She could feel it, the tendrils of love and pain entwining like serpents, each one ready to strike. "Choose, David," she implored, her voice barely above a whisper. "Choose me." And in that moment, the world narrowed down to the two of them, suspended in a delicate balance of hope and heartache. The city around them faded, the sounds muted, and the shadows grew deeper. Eros had woven his spell, and they were caught in its web, grappling with the weight of their love, the specter of choices yet to be made. Every heartbeat echoed with the urgency of the unknown, every breath heavy with the promise of change. In that alley, the tension crackled like a storm on the horizon, dark clouds gathering, thunder rumbling, a sense of inevitable confrontation looming. Would love prove to be their salvation or their undoing? Eros watched silently, a cruel smile playing on his lips, as they stood on the precipice of destiny, teetering between the sweet thrill of passion and the bitter taste of despair. The night stretched infinitely before them, a canvas waiting to be painted with the raw hues of emotion, the pulse of the universe, alive and breathing, waiting for the next stroke of fate. Thunder rumbles like a restless beast overhead, a growl that reverberates through the marble halls of Olympus, sending shivers down the spines of the divine. I watch as the clouds churn, dark and heavy with the weight of portent, a stark contrast to the golden light that usually bathes the home of the gods. The air is thick with anticipation, humming with unspoken fears and whispered hopes, each breath a reminder of the impending union that promises both dazzling joy and devastating heartache. I stand among the flurry of preparations, my heart pounding, the pulse of emotion thrumming louder than the thunder. There, amidst the chaos, is Demeter, her eyes gleaming like emeralds, fierce yet tender. She arranges the sacred pomegranates, their ruby seeds glistening like drops of blood, each one a harbinger of life and loss. I remember the stories, the ones that say every bite pulls you into the underworld's embrace, a reminder that love can chain you as much as it frees you. Her hands tremble. This is not just a feast, it's a reckoning. I want to weave happiness into every strand of this tapestry, she murmurs, but I see the shadows lurking in her gaze, the fear of what this union could mean for Persephone, her beloved daughter. Persephone, radiant yet fragile, hovers at the edge of the festivities, the very embodiment of spring but with a heart torn between worlds. I catch her eye, and for a fleeting moment, it's as if the cosmos pauses. Her smile is a delicate facade, masking the turmoil within. "What if I am not enough?" she whispers, her voice barely a sigh, lost in the bustle. The weight of her worry crushes me. What if he sees me as a shadow, a fleeting season? The haunting question lingers, echoing through the air like a bell tolling for the lost. Eros is here, too, his presence both intoxicating and terrifying. He flits about, an arrow drawn, but his aim wavers, distracted by the emotional wreckage swirling around him. Love should be simple, he cries, his voice bright with a naive optimism that feels brittle. It should be a joyous celebration, a melody dancing through the air. But the truth clings to the air like smoke, choking the joyous notes with a bitter scent. Why doesn't anyone tell me how to shoot the arrow when the target is a heart trapped by fear? His frustration radiates, a ripple of chaos among the delicate strands of this union. And there's Hades, lurking in the shadows as darkness always does, his eyes like twin abysses full of both longing and sorrow. He is not the monster of old tales, he is a king aching for what he has lost and yet desperately hopes to reclaim. She may leave me, he admits, the words heavy on his tongue, like stone sinking in water. His confession gnaws at me, a raw, visceral truth. What if the bond we forge today is just another shackle? Each word cuts, and I see the cracks in his facade, the deep-rooted fear that even the strongest bonds can fray. The darkness that shadows him is not just his domain, it's a part of his very essence. Around us, the preparations unfold, the tables are laden with delicacies, brilliant colors splashing across the canvas of Olympus. Wine flows like rivers, laughter bubbles like the sweetest nectar, but underneath it all lies a current of dread. The gods laugh, but their voices tremble, each jest, a fragile mask hiding the seismic shifts of emotion beneath. A table heavy with ambrosia sits untouched, the divine delicacies losing their allure in the face of uncertainty. I remember the last time I tasted sweetness, how it turned bitter on my tongue. Do you think our love can withstand the tides of fate? Persephone asks, her eyes searching mine, the vulnerability raw and unfiltered. I want to tell her that love is as unpredictable as the weather, that it can be a tempest one moment and a gentle breeze the next. But words evade me, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. I watch the sun dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows that stretch and bend, reminiscent of the tangled emotions binding us all. Eros' laughter rings hollow, a fleeting echo that only amplifies the chaos around us. Love is an adventure, he declares, but there are phantoms in his voice, an undercurrent of desperation that belies his bravado. As the night deepens, the air becomes electric, crackling with unsaid things. The feasting begins, but it feels more like a performance than a celebration. Each bite, a test, every clink of goblets, a challenge. I feel the tension coiling tighter, like a serpent ready to strike. The gods, brilliant, powerful, and yet so painfully human, dance on a tightrope between joy and despair. And then it happens, a small eruption, a spark igniting the tinder of unspoken fears. "This will never last," a voice cries from the back, raw and jagged. The laughter halts, hanging heavy in the air like a thick fog, and every eye turns toward the source. It's a mortal, a mere whisper among titans, but his words cut deeper than any sword. The truth lingers, palpable and thick, and suddenly the revelry feels like a masquerade, a fragile glass teetering on the edge of a precipice. In that moment, the weight of history presses on us, a reminder that love can be as much a prison as a sanctuary. The air shifts, a gust of cold wind sweeping through, and I can see it in their eyes, the flicker of doubt, the crack beneath the surface. I remember the stories of old, the gods who dared to love, only to be shattered by fate's cruel hands. The clock ticks loudly, each second stretching into eternity, as I stand among them, my heart entwined with their fears and hopes. This wedding, filled with pomp and celebration, teeters on the brink of disaster, a teeter-totter where joy and sorrow oscillate wildly. And as the shadows deepen, I prepare for the chaos that lies ahead, the confrontation of hearts and souls that may forever change Olympus. The feast continues, but I know, this is just the beginning. The air hung thick like a storm cloud, heavy with unsaid words, the kind that coil in your throat, choking you with their weight. A hush draped over the gathering like a shroud, and I stood there, feet rooted in the cool, damp earth, watching as the fabric of the world as I knew it began to unravel. There they stood, the bride and groom, two souls tethered by love and yet wading through a sea of doubt and fear. The chapel was adorned with ivy, the soft, green tendrils curling like fingers reaching out to clasp the moment, to hold it still. Their hearts beat in a staccato rhythm, the kind you feel press against your chest during a panic attack. I remember the flicker of candlelight dancing across their faces, the way shadows played tricks, making joy look like sorrow and hope waver like a candle threatened by the wind. Lila, her cheeks flushed, not from excitement but from the weight of expectation. She wore a dress spun of lace and dreams, but it was more than just fabric, it was a promise, a facade, woven with threads of anxiety and anticipation. "I'm ready," she whispered, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Ready for what? To become what society demanded? To step into a life she could not yet define? And then there was Sam, his eyes piercing through the dim light, a smoldering ember barely contained. He was a storm inside, a tempest of uncertainty and fierce devotion. He glanced at Lila, and it was as if he could see her for what she truly was, a complex tapestry of fears and dreams. The vows they were about to utter were like ancient incantations, steeped in the promise of forever but heavy with the knowledge of reality's cruel hand. "I can't do this," I thought as the priest began to speak, his voice a low rumble, echoing through the silence like distant thunder. Every word felt like a spell binding them tighter, every syllable a chain forged from the metal of tradition. "Do you, Lila, take Sam to be your lawfully wedded husband?" I could see the moment stretch, a taut line ready to snap. Lila's lips parted, a gasp escaping, like a bird caught in a net. "I do," she breathed, but it hung in the air, trembling. Did she? Did she truly? Or was it the sum of what was expected, a sacrifice on the altar of conventionality? Sam's face was a mask of calm, yet I could read the chaos in his eyes, a war raged within him. "Do you, Sam, take Lila to be your lawfully wedded wife?" The priest leaned closer, his voice thickening with gravity, as if sensing the shadows swirling around them. "I do," he said, but his tone was brittle as bone, the cracks barely concealed. In that moment, I felt the world contract, squeezing around us like a vice. Time shimmered, stretching, pulling taut until it seemed to vibrate with uncertainty. Outside, the wind howled, a banshee wailing for lost loves and unfulfilled dreams. I remember the fleeting thought that they were not alone in this, the ghosts of every couple who had stood before this altar, trembling with hopes and fears, echoed in the air. The weight of their stories pressed against the walls, threatening to spill out like an overfilled cup. But then came the rings, cold metal, reminders of binding promises, lifetimes tied to the whims of fate. As Sam slid the band onto Lila's finger, I caught my breath. The glint of the ring was a flash of irony, a beacon of hope tainted with the shade of doubt. Lila's hand trembled slightly, a pallor washing over her, as if the very act of accepting the ring siphoned some life from her. "Repeat after me," the priest said, his voice steady against the storm. With this ring, I thee wed. Each word fell like a stone, heavy and unyielding. With this ring, I thee wed, Lila echoed, a tremor in her voice turning it into a requiem, a mournful hymn for the loss of her autonomy. Tension crackled like electricity, wrapping around us. The audience held its breath, a collective heart stuttering in rhythm with Lila and Sam's vows. And yet, as the words slipped from their lips, I could see the web of fear tightening, the strands of their future intertwined with secrets and what ifs that loomed over them like storm clouds. Will this love be enough? The thought clawed at me, a relentless whisper that echoed in the recesses of my mind. Would their vows withstand the test of time, of temptation, of the mundane? Lila's eyes darted to the exit, a primal instinct clawing at her. She was a wild animal caught in a trap, and Sam was the hunter, unaware of the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. The ceremony dragged on, each moment a nail driven deeper into the coffin of uncertainty. For better or for worse, the priest intoned, but what if the worst was a reality they could not yet see? The laughter and smiles of the guests felt like a distant memory, drowned out by the cacophony of unspoken words. I felt a surge, an urge to scream, to break the suffocating silence that enveloped them. Stop! I wanted to cry. Don't you see the shadows lurking? But the words lodged in my throat, heavy with the weight of truth. And then, as if summoned by my agonized thoughts, a crack of thunder split the sky, the heavens weeping in tune with the chaos below. Lila's gaze flickered toward the window, and for the briefest second, I saw her soul laid bare, a glimpse of the woman she might be if only she could escape the chains that bound her. Her heart thudded against her ribs, a frantic plea for freedom, for the chance to choose her fate, not just accept it. Do you believe? I whispered to the shadows, the ghosts watching from the corners, their eyes glimmering like unquenched stars. Time hung suspended, each heartbeat resonating like the tolling of a distant bell. But the vows continued, the cycle spinning, the ceremony folding in on itself like the very fabric of destiny. I promised to love you, Sam spoke, and I could feel the sincerity, the unquenchable thirst for connection, but in that promise also lay a plea. Don't leave me. I promised to cherish you. Lila's voice trembled, but the words felt like a chain, a tether to a past she wasn't sure she wanted to honor. A promise rippled through the air, heavy with unfulfilled dreams, a vortex of emotion swirling around them, threatening to pull them under. And as they reached the climactic moment, the crescendo of their vows, all the while an unrelenting storm brewed outside, and I couldn't help but wonder if they could feel it too, the storm within, the tempest of uncertainty raging just beneath their shared smiles. They were bound, yet yearning, two souls entwined in a dance, a ceremony that was both sacred and terrifying, and I could only pray that they would find their way amidst the chaos. The clock struck midnight, the chime slicing through the air like a blade. Outside, the stars bore witness, cold and indifferent, blinking like distant memories. In the candlelit chamber, Jenna stood frozen, her wedding gown pooling around her like a ghost shroud, the fabric whispering secrets that fluttered in the shadows. The door creaked open, a sound that echoed in her chest, a harbinger of what was to come. Ethan stepped inside, his face a mask of uncertainty, eyes darting as if searching for an escape route. In this moment, love felt like a loaded gun, and they were both too afraid to pull the trigger. Jenna's heart raced, splitting between the thrill of love and the dread of the unknown. The air thickened with tension, it was palpable, wrapping around them like a suffocating fog. I remember when we first met, she whispered, her voice trembling. You wore that ridiculous hat. A smile flickered, but it died quickly, swallowed by the weight of their silence. Memories twisted and turned in her mind, like a carousel spiraling out of control. I thought you were a fool. Ethan chuckled, but it was hollow, echoing against the walls. And yet here we are, fools together. He stepped closer, yet the distance between them felt insurmountable, a chasm filled with unspoken fears and unshed tears. He reached out, fingers brushing against the lace of her gown, and she shivered, not from the chill in the air, but from the ghost of expectations that loomed over them. I was supposed to feel different, she confessed, biting her lip. Like a princess on the night of her fairy tale. But real life isn't a fairy tale, Jenna, he replied, his voice low, almost a growl. It's a mess. There was a darkness in his eyes that reminded her of storm clouds gathering, ready to unleash chaos. We're so wrapped up in what others want from us, what we think we should be, that we've lost ourselves. Jenna's breath hitched. What do you mean? You feel it too, don't you? The pressure. He ran his fingers through his hair, a gesture that screamed of desperation. Tonight isn't just about us. It's about family, tradition, expectations. His words hung in the air, heavy with the scent of fear, fear of disappointing, of failing, of being trapped in a life neither of them truly wanted. She stepped back, the distance between them widening like a canyon. You're scared? Shit, yeah, I am. He ran a hand along the banister, gripping it like a lifeline. What if we're not enough? What if this is a mistake? With every word, Jenna felt the grip of reality tightening, squeezing the air from her lungs. The fairy tale she had imagined was crumbling, leaving only shards of glass that cut into her heart. But we love each other, she pleaded, her voice cracking. We're supposed to be happy. Supposed to be, he echoed, bitterness lacing his tone. That's the problem. It's all a damn myth. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful song that seeped through the cracks of the old building. Shadows danced against the walls, twisting into grotesque shapes that mimicked their fears. The wedding night should have been a celebration, a rite of passage, but it felt more like a funeral. I remember, Jenna said softly, when we used to dream about our future. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, memories flooding back like an uninvited tide. We were going to travel, to see the world. Ethan's gaze softened, but the hardness remained. And now we're here, stuck in this gilded cage. Jenna's heart raced as the truth settled around them like smoke from a dying fire. What do we do? Face it, he said, a raw edge to his voice. All of it. The myths, the lies, the life we've built on dreams that don't fit. His eyes burned with intensity, and for a moment, she felt the weight of his pain, a bond forged in shared fear. Do we walk away? She dared to ask, her voice barely a whisper. I don't know, he admitted, anguish etched into every line on his face. But we can't pretend anymore. We owe each other at least that truth. In that charged silence, the world outside faded, replaced by the echoes of their hearts beating, a frantic rhythm that matched the urgency of the moment. Jenna felt her resolve crumbling, but she stood firm, rooted in the reality of their shared fears. I remember, she said, the words tumbling out like confessions. The first time we kissed, it felt electric. Like the universe had exploded just for us. Yeah, Ethan replied, his voice thick with longing. And now? Now it feels like the universe is holding its breath. As the words lingered, the shadows in the room seemed to grow, wrapping around them like a cloak of despair. Outside, the wind picked up, a cacophony that mirrored the tempest in their hearts. The clock continued to tick, each chime a reminder of the fleeting moments they had to decide, between love and fear, between dreams and reality. Jenna, he said, stepping closer, desperation clawing at his skin. Do you want this? Do you want me? And as she gazed into his eyes, she saw not just the love they once had, but a reflection of her own doubts and desires, swirling like stars in a darkened sky. The answer hung in the air, an unspoken question that demanded to be acknowledged. I want you, she breathed, finally allowing the truth to spill into the room, to carve a path through the darkness. But I need to know we can survive this, together. The night stretched on, a vast expanse filled with uncertainty, but for the first time, the weight of it all felt lighter, if only just. They were standing at the edge of something monumental, and Jenna knew that whatever lay ahead would be both terrifying and liberating. And in that charged moment, amidst the ghosts of their expectations and the shadows of their fears, they took a step closer, hearts thrumming in unison, ready to face whatever myths and mysteries awaited them beyond the night. The moon hung like a silver coin, its light pouring over the temple steps, each stone whispering secrets of forgotten vows and broken promises. I stood there, heart racing, pulse thrumming like the distant beats of a funeral dirge. The air around me crackled with anticipation, a storm brewing not in the sky but in the soul of the very goddess I was meant to honor. Hera, goddess of marriage, was not just a title, it was a burden, a mantle heavy with expectations and shattered dreams. Every marriage is a battlefield, I heard her voice echo, sharp and haunting as the wind rustled through the leaves. I wanted to flee, to escape the weight of her legacy, but my feet were rooted, tethered to the ground by the gravity of a sacred duty. And there, like a spectre of what was and what could never be, stood Callista, her eyes brimming with unshed tears that reflected the unholy light of the moon. She was all hope and despair, a fragile flower caught in a tempest, ready to wilt at the slightest touch. I thought he loved me, she whispered, her voice trembling like the delicate petals of her namesake. But love is a mirage, isn't it? A cruel joke played by the universe. Her words sliced through the night, echoing the ancient tales of Hera's wrath. The echoes of her heartache seemed to wrap around my own, binding us in a shared understanding of broken promises and impossible ideals. I remembered my own marriage, an affair steeped in passion and ending in agony, a cacophony of laughter turned to screams. I remembered the weight of the ring, cold, metallic, a chain that bound my spirit. I had worn it with pride, believing in the sanctity of love, only to find its glint a reminder of betrayal. And here was Callista, standing on the precipice of her own heartbreak, a mirror reflecting my past wounds. They say Hera punishes the unfaithful, I said, my voice barely a whisper, but what of the faithful? What of those who suffer silently while the world dances on the shards of their dreams? The question hung in the air, heavy and unresolved, an eternity of anguish wrapped in a single moment. The shadows danced around us, a macabre waltz performed by phantoms of the unwed and the jilted, mocking the sanctity of the vows we both had held dear. As the moonlight bathed us in its glow, Callista's hand trembled on the silk of her gown, fingers brushing the fabric as if recalling every loving touch her husband once bestowed. He looked at me like I was the sun, she said, eyes widening with the memory. But that light was fleeting, burning too hot, too bright. I was just a moth, drawn to the flame, and now I'm left charred. A small, bitter laugh escaped her lips, but the laughter choked with sorrow, a haunting melody that twisted through the air. The night grew colder, wrapping itself around us like a funeral shroud. I felt the weight of the cosmos, every star a witness to our suffering. Wasn't this what Hera lived for? The sorrows of brides and the betrayals that turned weddings into funerals. Her role was not merely to bless unions but to observe the relentless cycle of hope and despair, love and betrayal, joy and heartbreak. I could almost see her, draped in regal purple, her crown heavy with the weight of her responsibilities, her heart a battleground. Tell me, I pleaded, my heartbeat quickening with raw desperation. Do you believe in love, Callista? Do you believe that it is worth this pain? I searched her face, hoping to find solace in her answer, but her gaze drifted past me, lost in the void of her memories. Love, she echoed, her voice barely more than a sigh. Love is a myth, a fairy tale spun by storytellers to mask the truth. It is a dance of shadows, a play where we are all cursed to perform. I wanted it to be real, so desperately. I wanted him to be my forever. Her voice cracked, the illusion shattering into a million pieces, each shard reflecting the agony of unfulfilled promises. As her tears fell, I felt the weight of my own unwept sorrows pressing down on me, threatening to crush me under the enormity of our collective grief. I thought of Hera, seated atop Olympus, her heart heavy with the weight of her own solitude. The irony twisted in my chest like a knife. This goddess, revered yet tormented, was a reminder that even the divine were not free from pain. Do you think she watches us? I murmured, the dread creeping in like a thief in the night. Does Hera see our suffering, or are we just more fodder for her tales of betrayal? I wanted to believe that she cared, that she felt our heartaches, but the night seemed to laugh at us, the shadows mocking our vulnerability, reminding us of our insignificance. Callista turned to me, her expression fierce, ignited with a spark of defiance. If she does, then let her see us. Let her witness the truth behind the vows, the empty promises that haunt the corridors of our hearts. Her voice rose, fierce and unyielding, and for a moment, I saw the spirit of a warrior in her, someone who would not bow to the oppressive weight of expectation, someone who would challenge the very goddess we both revered. And in that moment, I felt it, a surge of hope, a flicker of rebellion against the chains of despair. We were not merely victims of our circumstances, we were authors of our stories, penning our own narratives against the backdrop of divinity. As I stood beside her, the moonlight illuminating our defiance, I understood that Hera's role was not just one of punishment but of reflection, urging us to confront our truths and rise from the ashes of our pain. With our shared plight echoing in the silence, the air thick with unspoken promises, I knew that this was only the beginning. The temple around us held its breath, and the shadows leaned in, eager to consume our resolve. But in that moment, we stood together, two flawed souls battling against the cosmic forces of love and loss, ready to face whatever darkness awaited us. The moon hung low, a silver coin in a black sky, casting cold light onto a scene dripping with tension. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, as thunder rolled in the distance, each rumble a warning, a reminder that nothing could ever remain the same. The whispers of the night twisted around me like shadows, but it was the betrayal that hung in the air, thick as smoke, suffocatingly sweet. I remember the moment I found the note, crumpled and torn, a fragile message that shattered the delicate balance I had tried so hard to maintain. "I will never be your prisoner," it read, in scrawled, shaky letters that felt like daggers against my skin. And there they were, her eyes, bright like stars, somehow both inviting and haunting. Hera. The queen, the goddess, and yet here, in this fractured moment, she was just a woman betrayed. I watched her jaw tighten, her fingers curling into fists so hard that her knuckles turned white, veins pulsing with the fury of a storm yet to break. "Do you see?" she whispered, each syllable a shattering note. "Do you see what he has reduced us to? A game. A cruel, goddamn game." Her voice trembled, and I could feel the heat of her anger radiating from across the room, wrapping around me, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. I remember Zeus, too, standing there like a monument of chaos and charm. He wore his arrogance like a crown, that smile, a twisted smirk, always lingering on his lips, dancing on the edges of devastation. He was the sun that could ignite your heart or scorch the earth beneath your feet. And when he turned his gaze toward Hera, a look of equal parts love and disdain, I saw the flicker of something dark within him. It was the weight of his infidelities, those countless moments spent wrapped in the arms of others, each one a nail in the coffin of their union. I felt my heart race, knowing the depths of her anguish, knowing how each affair was a dagger buried deeper and deeper into her soul. Was she more beautiful than me? Hera's voice, laced with venom, cut through the air, a question that resonated like thunderclaps. Did her laughter echo sweeter in your ears? Did her skin glow in the sunlight, while I languished in shadows? Each word struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the chasm of betrayal that lay between them, and I felt the urge to shield myself from the electric tension, the rawness that threatened to upend everything. Zeus, ever unyielding, shrugged off her words like rain on a slick surface, his smile unwavering, his confidence a fortress. But I could see the cracks begin to form, tiny fissures that echoed the earthquake rumbling beneath the surface. "You know I am a god," he replied, voice rich and baritone, as if he were alluring and terrifying all at once. "It is in my nature to seek variety." With each syllable, I could taste the bitterness of his arrogance, a flavor so intoxicating yet repulsive. The world he inhabited felt both magnificent and grotesque, an eternal party where the laughter masked the undercurrents of despair. Hera's gaze darkened, her fury igniting like wildfire. "And what of this union? What of our vows? Do those mean nothing to you?" She stepped closer, each step a declaration, a battle cry. "I am the daughter of the Titans. I will not be made a fool of." The air crackled with her defiance, and I could feel the energy swirling, building toward an inevitable climax, a collision of hurt and rage that felt like the universe holding its breath. But in that moment, oh, that heart-wrenching moment, Zeus faltered. For just a flicker of time, I saw a ghost of vulnerability dance behind his eyes, the weight of his choices crashing down on him like the waves against the cliffs of Olympus. "I never meant to hurt you," he murmured, as if the truth slipped through his fingers like sand. "You know I love you." His voice quivered, a melody strained and imperfect, and for a heartbeat, I thought she might reach for him, might hold onto the remnants of their love. But instead, she turned away, the distance growing like a chasm between them, each second stretching into eternity. And there I stood, caught in the crossfire of their emotions, feeling the intensity of their love and pain ripple through me. I remember the night air growing colder, the weight of promises crumbling, the very fabric of their union unraveling before my eyes. The moon bore witness to their heartache, each flickering star a silent observer of a love story turned tragic. "Don't ask me to forgive," Hera said, her voice trembling yet resolute, "when the wounds are still fresh, when the ghosts of your betrayals haunt our bed." A single tear slipped down her cheek, glistening like a pearl under the unforgiving moonlight. "You've made a fool of me, Zeus. I am no longer your puppet. I won't dance on your strings." His response was silence, a heavy, suffocating silence that screamed louder than words could ever convey. The storm raged on outside, lightning flashing, illuminating their broken world, a world where God stumbled and fell, where love was both a blessing and a curse. And I knew, even then, that this was only the beginning, the prelude to a conflict that would rattle the very foundations of Olympus. Betrayal crackled in the air like static, heavy and electric, a reminder that love was never simple, never pure. It twisted and turned, took shape in unexpected forms, and in that moment, I realized that the weight of infidelity bore a darkness that could swallow God's whole. Their union, once a celestial dance, now felt like a battlefield, each accusation a weapon, each glance a spark. As the storm outside raged, the echoes of their pain wrapped around me like a shroud, suffocating and relentless. I remember the sharpness of the night, the ache of unresolved longing, the burning need for resolution that would never come. And in that moment, I understood that even the gods were not immune to the fragility of the heart, that even they could fall from grace, victims of their own desires, trapped in a cycle of love and betrayal that threatened to consume them whole. The world felt impossibly vast, the cosmos spinning wildly above, and in that swirling chaos, I could only watch as the tides of fate turned, knowing that the story would never truly end, it would linger, a haunting refrain, echoing against the walls of eternity. The air crackled with tension, a silence heavy enough to crush bones. It was the kind of stillness that wrapped around the heart, squeezing, until the very essence of fear seeped into the marrow. In a shadowed cave, lit only by the flickering glow of a dying fire, the walls seemed to breathe with the weight of ancient fears and dreams unfulfilled. I was there, huddled with them, two desperate souls, clinging to the frayed threads of hope, our breaths mingling with the smoke, thick enough to choke on. I remember the first time I saw her, the way she moved like a whisper through the darkness. Callista, fierce with a spirit that ignited the night, was a storm in human form. Her hands trembled as they clutched a dagger, the metal glinting like the edge of despair. "We can't let him go," she hissed, her voice a low growl, each word pregnant with rage and fear. Her eyes, bright and wild, seemed to contain the very essence of battle, the promise of bloodshed, but also the shadow of loss. I felt it then, deep in my core, a gnawing realization that this was no ordinary night. The ground beneath us throbbed with anticipation, pulsing like a living thing. The darkness outside the cave was alive, a restless beast waiting to pounce. It was a feeling I couldn't shake, an echo of something ancient and inevitable. There was danger, but more than that, there was ours, the god of war, poised to be born from the chaos we were about to unleash. But it was not only Callista whose heart beat wildly in this moment. Mine raced too, a drum echoing in my chest, desperate to drown out the whispers of doubt. I had always been a coward, running from confrontation as if it were a spectre in the night. Yet here I was, caught in the web of my own making, tangled in her fire. What if we fail? I whispered, though I already knew I would follow her into the abyss. The thought of her betrayal was worse than the darkness that loomed behind. "I remember the stories," I said, recalling the tales passed down like fragile heirlooms. They spoke of blood and sacrifice, of a birth that would shake the heavens. My voice trembled, caught between awe and terror. What if we become part of that story? What if we lose ourselves? Her laughter was a crack of thunder, sharp and unsettling, cutting through the suffocating air. "Lose ourselves," she said, a fierce grin splitting her face. "We are already lost. We are nothing but shadows in this world, and shadows cannot die." She spun the dagger in her hand, a dance of reckless abandon. Each movement was a declaration, a challenge to the gods themselves. I felt the weight of her conviction pressing against my chest, and I knew then that I would follow her into hell. As the hours stretched, we waited, the fire dwindling to embers, and shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the flames of our fading hopes. I could hear the whispers of the past, echoes of warriors long gone, their spirits woven into the very fabric of this place. They warned of consequences, of lives intertwined in what would come to pass. But Callista was a tempest, and I was a leaf caught in her gale. And then, the stillness shattered. A roar, primal and violent, erupted from the depths of the cave. It shook the ground, rattling my bones. Callista's eyes widened, a spark of exhilaration igniting within them. "It's time," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, yet it roared like a battle cry in my ears. I could taste the iron tang of fear and anticipation on my tongue. Time, that relentless thief, had it already come for us? We rushed toward the source of the sound, each step a heartbeat, each heartbeat a promise. The cave opened into a chasm, a void where darkness swallowed light. And there, in the swirling shadows, a figure began to form, burgeoning with raw power, a vortex of rage and potential. He was a silhouette against the darkness, an omen of what was to come. The air crackled with fury and pain, the very atoms vibrating with the birth of ours. I remember the moment vividly, the air thick with dread, the ground beneath vibrating with the weight of destiny. I felt a pull, a magnetic draw toward that figure. The essence of war seeped into my skin, wrapping around my bones, igniting a fire I didn't know existed within me. Callista grabbed my arm, her grip a vice, pulling me back from the edge of madness. "Not yet," she screamed, her voice a lifeline. "You don't understand what's at stake." But how could I? In that moment, I didn't care about the stakes. I had tasted the darkness, had danced with fear, and it was intoxicating. Ours was more than a god, he was the embodiment of every battle ever fought, every heart ever broken. The shadows coalesced, and in an explosion of light and fury, ours emerged, hair wild as flame, eyes burning with the ferocity of 1,000 conflicts. It was beautiful, terrifying. He stood there, a god forged from chaos, and I felt the world shift beneath me, an unsettling promise of blood and war. Callista's grip tightened, her breath shallow. "We need to stop this," she gasped, her resolve wavering. But I was lost in the chaos, caught between the tempest of my own heart and the storm that surrounded us. A part of me craved to touch the divine, to claim my place amidst the ruins of the world. But another part clung to the fragility of our existence, the certainty that this would change everything. "Together," I whispered, seeking her gaze, my voice a fragile echo of hope. But I knew it was a lie, a betrayal of everything we had fought for. The birth of ours wasn't just a birth, it was the unmaking of us all. This god would tear through the fabric of our lives, unraveling all that we were. And so we stood there, two flawed souls caught in a web of fate, staring into the abyss, knowing that the moment we stepped forward, there would be no turning back. The future hung before us, an open maw, ready to swallow us whole. I could feel Ars power thrumming through the air, a primal song that whispered promises and curses in equal measure. "Are you ready?" Callista asked, her voice trembling like a leaf in the storm. Whether she was asking about the god or about us, I could not tell. I could only nod, the weight of it all crashing down, a tidal wave of uncertainty and undeniable fate. In that moment, we were bound together, by choice, by fear, by the unquenchable thirst for something greater than ourselves. The birth of ours was not merely a beginning, it was a reckoning, a promise of chaos that would echo through the ages. And as the shadows danced, I felt the world tilt on its axis, hurtling us toward an inevitable confrontation that would define us all, forever. The forge roared like a beast yearning for release, flames licking upward in a wild, hungry dance. Sparks erupted, scattering like fireflies in a darkened night, their brilliance, fleeting yet vivid, illuminated the sweat-drenched face of Hephaestus. His hands, calloused and scarred, moved with an instinctive grace, shaping iron and steel as if coaxing life from dead matter. The air crackled with tension, thick with the acrid scent of smoke and molten metal, the heat pressing in like a shroud, relentless and suffocating. But it wasn't just fire that consumed him. It was the weight of creation, the burden of craftsmanship. Behind him, shadows loomed large, whispering secrets of betrayal and longing. He could feel their breath on his neck, chilling and insistent. What had he forged today? Was it beauty or monstrosity? In the depths of his heart, a creeping dread took root. "I remember the laughter that echoed through these halls," he murmured, a haunting melody that danced between the clangs of hammer against anvil. "I remember when the spark of joy ignited my soul, long before the gods turned their backs." Across the forge, a figure emerged, shadowy yet unmistakable, Aphrodite, with her intoxicating allure, a goddess wrapped in beauty and conflict. Her eyes, pools of shimmering light, flickered with uncertainty. She stepped forward, hesitation marking the grace of her movements. "Hephaestus," she said, voice trembling like a fragile leaf in autumn winds, a firestorm ignited within him, an explosion of emotions that threatened to consume them both. "What do you want?" The words burst forth, raw and unfiltered. He slammed the hammer down, the sound echoing like the heartbeat of a dying star. Guilt twisted in his gut, a serpent coiling tighter with each passing moment. "What do you want from a man who crafts with his hands but cannot shape his own fate?" Aphrodite flinched at his words, their weight heavy in the air, electrifying the silence. I came to find you," she whispered, her vulnerability like a bare branch trembling in winter. "There's a storm approaching. The other gods, they're restless. They seek to unmake what we have built." And there it was, the chilling truth that hung between them, like a blade poised to strike. He had forged their love in the fires of creation, yet here was the undeniable reality: the gods, fickle and cruel, threatened to shatter their fragile bond. Shadows danced around them, echoing the tension, whispering of betrayal and longing. "I remember when love was enough," he said, voice cracking like a fragile piece of glass. "But now it feels like an anchor dragging me down into the abyss." He turned away, fists clenched, every muscle in his body taut with anguish. "What do you want from me? Do you seek my forgiveness? My acceptance?" "Not forgiveness," she replied, stepping closer, her voice a soft caress against his jagged edges. "I seek understanding. Can we not fight this together, Hephaestus? Can we not stand against the storm?" But he was tired, weary to his bones. The weight of creation had left him hollow, each masterpiece a reminder of what he could never be: he whole, loved, accepted. "Understanding," he scoffed, bitter laughter spilling from his lips like molten lava. "What do you know of understanding? You flit between the hearts of men like a butterfly, never grounded, never rooted. How can you understand the fire that consumes me?" Her eyes glistened, a storm brewing within their depths. "You think I don't know pain? You think that beauty is a shield against the world's darkness?" The words cut through him, sharp and precise, igniting something deep within, the flicker of a forgotten dream, a memory of laughter, of love, of warmth. "I remember," he began, voice wavering, "I remember the day I forged the first shield for ours. It was meant to protect, to give strength in battle. But what protection is there when the very gods wield it against me?" Aphrodite, unyielding, stepped further into the forge's light, illuminating the shadows that lurked behind her. "You are not just a tool, Hephaestus. You are the fire that fuels the forge, the heart that beats in every creation. They may try to unmake you, but what they don't understand is that you can rise from the ashes. You always do." Fire danced in his chest, a flicker of hope battling against despair. "But what if I don't want to rise?" he whispered, vulnerability pouring forth, raw and unfiltered. "What if the weight of it all crushes me beneath the earth?" Her hand reached out, gentle yet firm, threading through his calloused fingers. "Because you are not alone. You never were." In that moment, as their eyes locked, the forge around them faded into a mere backdrop, the roaring flames became a soft glow, the chaos transformed into a delicate harmony. But outside, the storm raged on. Beyond the sanctuary of the forge, shadows twisted and turned, the silhouettes of gods and monsters alike, waiting, plotting, ready to strike. "Time is a thief," he murmured, feeling the weight of eternity pressing down upon them. "And I have squandered so much of it, lost in the labyrinth of my own making." "No more," she breathed, fierce and unwavering. "No more running. Hephaestus, stand with me. Let us craft a new fate, one forged in fire, tempered by love. He hesitated, the choice looming between them like a chasm. His heart, a wild drumbeat echoing in the silence, pulled him forward. What if the gods come for us? What if they seek to destroy everything we've built? Then we will rise together, she vowed, eyes blazing with the intensity of 1,000 stars, unyielding and fierce. We will forge a new path, a new destiny. Together. And as the sparks flew, illuminating the darkness, Hephaestus felt the lingering tendrils of despair loosen their grip. For a moment, hope flickered, fragile, yet undeniable. In the heart of the forge, amidst the clamor of creation and destruction, he found himself at the precipice of something profound. He would not be defined by the shadows of what was. The fire within him roared, a tempest ready to break free. And maybe, just maybe, he could craft something not just from iron, but from the very essence of his soul. Let them come, he breathed, a fierce resolve igniting in his chest. Let them come. And as the fire crackled and roared, he knew the confrontation would be inevitable. But tonight, in the quiet hum of the forge, with Aphrodite's hand in his, he felt the first stirrings of something greater than fear, something that smelled of smoke and hope mingled together, ready to forge a new story, written in flames. The moon hangs heavy and full, casting a silvery glow on the trembling world below. Beneath its light, the night holds its breath. Shadows dance in the corners, whispering secrets only the wind seems to understand. In this moment, time falters, a heartbeat stretches, echoing 1,000 unspoken words, yet beneath the silence, tension thickens like the air before a storm. Alysia stands at the edge of the cliff, the waves crashing below, wild and untamed. Her heart races, pounding in her chest like a caged bird desperate to escape. She looks out at the roiling sea, its darkness concealing both beauty and terror. I remember, she whispers, the weight of choice. Choices that could sever ties, shatter dreams. Her fingers curl into fists, nails biting into her palms, a desperate physical reminder of the turmoil thrumming through her veins. Beside her, Ars, his name a paradox, a cruel twist of fate, grips the edge of the cliff, his knuckles white as he watches her. You can't do this, he urges, his voice strained, raw with emotion. If you go, you'll lose everything. He doesn't mention that he's watched her struggle, that he's seen the light in her eyes flicker, dimmed by the weight of expectations. The words hang between them, heavy with unspoken affection, each syllable a fragile thread binding them to this moment, to each other. I can't stay, she replies, her voice trembling. I can't be the perfect daughter, the perfect sacrifice. Not anymore. The sea below roars, a chaotic symphony of crashing waves, mirroring the tempest within her. Alysia's heart twists painfully. She remembers her mother's laughter, a sweet haunting sound, how it used to fill the grand halls, now echoing emptiness instead. I remember when laughter meant joy, not obligation. And then, like a ghost from the past, he emerges from the shadows of memory. She stands in the golden light of a distant dawn, radiant and ethereal, a symbol of youth and divine beauty, the very essence that haunts Alysia. You must choose, Alysia, the phantom whispers, her voice a melodic chime, ethereal yet chilling. To surrender is to fade. To fight is to bloom. Ars shifts closer, his presence a balm against the tempest. You're stronger than you know, he tells her, his sincerity a lifeline. But if you choose to fight, you cannot do it alone. His eyes search hers, filled with a raw, desperate hope, the plea for her to stay, to lean on him, to let their paths become entwined. Yet Alysia's heart is a fragile thing, terrified of the weight of his expectations, of the burden of love. I don't want to hurt you, she whispers, a confession laced with the ache of longing and fear. I don't want to drag you into my darkness. The moonlight gleams in her tears, each drop a testament to her turmoil, each shimmer a reflection of her love, a love that feels impossibly heavy, a love that she believes may drown them both. But Ars steps closer still, his warmth radiating like sunlight piercing through the fog. You won't hurt me by being yourself, he insists, the strength in his voice stirring something deep within her. His hand reaches out, brushing against hers, igniting a spark that fires through her veins, a promise, a chance at freedom. You have a choice. You can be both, beautiful and broken. The silence stretches, taut as a bowstring, and the world seems to pause, waiting. Alysia looks toward the horizon, where the sky meets the sea, a haunting reminder of the boundaries that threaten to consume her. I remember the first time I saw you, she murmurs, the memory cascading through her like a tide. The way the sun caught in his dark hair, the easy laughter that tumbled from his lips, and how she was drawn in, like a moth to flame. You were so bright, ours. I feared extinguishing your light. His eyes soften, shimmering with understanding. And yet you brought me to life. There's a tenderness in his gaze, an unspoken truth that wraps around them like a warm embrace. The enormity of their connection is suffocating yet liberating, a beautiful contradiction spiraling in the night air. Then let's be reckless together, she breathes, emboldened by the thought. Let's tear down the walls and leap into the unknown. The clarity of her resolve shatters the silence, sending ripples through the shadows that surround them. It's an act of defiance, a challenge to the very fates that have sought to bind her. But just as the tide surges, so too does uncertainty. A chilling wind sweeps across the cliff, wrapping around her like a shroud, a reminder of the price that comes with choosing freedom. What if we fail? She asks, the words slipping from her lips like fragile glass. What if we lose ourselves in the chaos? R steps closer, grounding her with his presence. Then we'll find each other again, he promises, his voice steady, unwavering like the stars above. We'll rise from the ashes, and we'll keep fighting. You are not alone in this, Alysia. There's a fierce determination in his eyes, a fire that mirrors the raging sea beneath them. And suddenly, reality shifts, vibrating with a palpable energy. The air crackles with possibility, thick with the weight of their decisions. I remember how it felt to dream, she whispers, the words laced with bittersweet nostalgia. To believe in something greater than myself. As the moonlight bathes them, illuminating their shared vulnerability, Alysia takes a step back from the edge, a tentative yet pivotal shift of choice. With ours beside her, the darkness feels less suffocating, less final. They stand together, the cliff beneath them a precipice not of despair, but of hope. And just as the dawn begins to break on the horizon, casting a soft glow over the tumultuous sea, the world around them seems to awaken with new life. Time bends, stretching out like the horizon before them, an endless expanse filled with both danger and beauty. They are ready to face whatever comes next, together. In that moment, Alysia chooses not just freedom, but the willingness to embrace both beauty and the chaos of existence. The shadows that once threatened to consume her now pulse with the heartbeat of potential, a promise that the story is far from over. It's merely the prologue to a journey that spirals endlessly, an eternal echo between the stars and the restless sea. The air was thick, almost solid, murmuring with the scent of sweat and fear, a breath caught in the throat of the world. In the dim light of the birthing chamber, shadows twisted and danced like wraiths, stretching across the walls as if to mock the rigid form of the woman lying on the straw-strewn floor. Agony painted her face, each contraction like a thunderclap, echoing in the silence. She was Ariadne, and this was not the birth she had envisioned, the flowers, the songs, the angelic choruses, but a raw, primal scream of existence clawing its way into the light. Beneath the weight of her pain, her husband Linus paced, a restless shadow that flickered against the walls. His hands trembled, fingers white against the rough wood of the doorframe, knuckles tight with worry. Ariadne, he whispered, voice cracking like old stone, hold on. Just a little longer. But what could he offer but empty words? Each breath he took felt like it was siphoned from the air surrounding her, drawing in the desperation, the fear, and the love that tangled and twisted into a single, suffocating knot. He was terrified. Terrified of loss, terrified of watching the light fade from her eyes, terrified of the unknown lurking in those fleeting moments of silence between her screams. I remember the stories, Ariadne gasped, her voice a fragile thread, weaving in and out of the fabric of reality. The tales of Eilethia, the goddess who brings forth life. Why can't she? A contraction seized her, the world narrowing to a point of searing fire, and all thoughts scattered like leaves in a storm. Linus caught her hand, holding on as if it were the very lifeline of his existence. Focus, love. Focus on me, he urged, but his heart hammered against his ribcage, a frantic metronome counting down to an uncertain fate. In this room heavy with shadows, where every moment felt like a breath held too long, time twisted into something grotesque, stretching and contracting, mocking them with its unyielding passage. A sudden chill swept through the room, a ghostly presence, the whispers of Eilethia, perhaps, or maybe the souls of mothers who had come before. The walls seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, a reminder that life was a fragile, fleeting dance on the edge of a knife. Linus looked to the window, where night draped its velvet cloak, the stars gleaming like distant eyes watching, judging. Please, Ariadne pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper, a fragile bird caught in the storm. I don't want to go alone. The fear in her eyes mirrored his own, and in that moment, the barriers of time dissolved. He felt himself transported to the depths of history, recalling the echoes of women in darkened chambers, their cries melding with the cries of newborns, a chorus of agony and joy that resonated through the ages. I won't leave you, I swear it. I'm here, he promised, but the words felt hollow, a fragile shield against the relentless storm that raged within her. Each wave of pain seemed to pull her further away, dragging her into a darkness that loomed just beyond the flicker of consciousness. With every contraction, the room blurred, and all he could see was her pain, raw and visceral, a haunting specter that threatened to consume them both. In the throes of labor, Ariadne's thoughts danced erratically, snippets of memories colliding like fragments of glass, her mother's hands cradling her as a child, the warmth of sun-drenched days, the sweet smell of honeyed bread wafting through the air. She recalled the legends of Eilethia, the goddess who strode through the shadows of pain, wielding the power to bring forth life from the depths of suffering. But what good was a goddess in the face of such relentless agony? What good was faith when every heartbeat pulsed with the weight of despair? Look at me! Linus shouted, desperation clawing at him, forcing his voice to rise above the storm. We'll greet our child together. I promise. But in that promise lay the sharp sting of uncertainty, a chasm that threatened to swallow them whole. His mind raced, what if they were not to be so lucky? What if this night became a graveyard of dreams, where the remnants of hope lay scattered like ashes in the wind? Eilethia, Ariadne gasped, the name a prayer hanging in the air, heavy with longing. Hear me. I am ready. Her voice fractured, splintering into a sound that vibrated through the room, the walls trembling as if they too felt the enormity of her plea. As she spoke, a flicker of light ignited within her, a fierce spark that seemed to push against the crushing weight of despair, a tiny flame flickering in the suffocating darkness. Then, in the thick tension, time shuddered. The moment stretched, impossibly suspended, as her body contracted, that fierce, all-consuming fire transforming into a push. A guttural scream erupted from her throat, wild and unrestrained, a sound that seemed to echo through the very fabric of existence, summoning the spirits of all mothers who had come before. It was a cry that challenged the night itself, shaking the stars from their orbits, a call to the raw essence of creation. In that instant, Linus felt the air shift, a palpable current that swept through the room, binding them together in ways words could never convey. The shadows danced faster, swirling like a tempest, and he knew, no, he felt, something profound was about to unfold, a moment pregnant with possibility. And then, just like that, silence reigned, the kind that enveloped the world in delicate balance, where every heartbeat became a drum, echoing in the stillness. The shadows held their breath, as if the universe itself paused. In that silence, Ariadne's next cry broke free, the sound a fierce declaration, a life force fracturing the night, and Linus couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the human spirit. Was this the birth of Eilethia? Birth and death entwined in the unyielding dance of existence? Or was it the beginning of something more profound, a reckoning that would ripple through the ages? The questions hung in the air, a haunting refrain that beckoned him deeper into the unknown. Time shifted once more, and with it came a rush of warmth, the unmistakable scent of life, the sweet, sharp essence of creation, tinged with the salt of tears. He felt the world expand, the shadows retreat, and in that moment, it became clear they were not just witnesses to a birth, but participants in a sacred rite, tangled in the cosmic tapestry of existence. The light flickered and danced, a promise, an omen, a reminder that from the depths of despair, beauty could emerge, fierce and unyielding. And as the first cries echoed against the walls, the world outside remained oblivious, a cosmic backdrop to the sacred unfolding within. In that birth, that primal moment, the essence of Eileithyia surged forth, a reminder that even amid the darkest trials, the flame of life could ignite, forever altering the fabric of their intertwined destinies. The air crackled with the kind of tension that could rip the heavens apart. A storm brewed in the distance, but it was nothing compared to the tempest within Hera, her heart pounding like a war drum. I remember the stillness before the hurricane, the moment when silence draped itself like a shroud, whispering secrets of betrayal. The vast expanse of Olympus loomed above, indifferent to the chaos brewing beneath its gilded skies. I stood on the precipice of an emotional cliff, teetering on the edge of fury and heartbreak, where every breath felt like a betrayal, yet every heartbeat was a desperate plea for sanity. Hera's eyes were like twin storms, swirling with the kind of jealousy that gnawed at the very core of her being. It was a wound that refused to heal, festering with every glance Zeus cast upon another. And then, there she was, another woman, another lover, another dagger plunged into the already bleeding heart of the queen. I remember the way the light hit that woman, casting an ethereal glow that made her look like a goddess. Yet beneath the surface shimmered the bitter truth: she was merely a reflection of Hera's own insecurities, a reminder of every time Zeus had chosen fleeting passion over enduring love. Why? Hera's voice trembled, raw with the weight of her emotions, as she confronted the woman. The words were not just a question, they were an accusation, a plea for understanding, a shout into the void. Why do you flaunt yourself in my presence, as if you were the only one worthy of his affection? The woman, fragile yet fierce, took a step back, her confidence flickering like an old flame. She was caught between the duality of desire and fear, knowing that Hera's wrath could descend like a plague. I didn't choose this, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the storm. Zeus chose me. And that was the crux of it, the brutal truth that sliced through the air. I remember the way Hera's nostrils flared, her jaw clenched tight enough to shatter, the control slipping from her grasp. Each breath was a chokehold on her dignity, every heartbeat a reminder that Zeus's love was as unreliable as a shadow in the night. You think yourself special, don't you? She hissed, her tone dripping with venom. You think you are the one who will change him, who will make him see the light. But I am his wife, the eternal flame. Zeus wasn't there, of course. He never was. A ghost of a man, flitting from one woman to another, leaving behind a trail of broken promises and shattered hearts. I remember how the clouds darkened, echoing Hera's turmoil, as if the universe itself mourned the betrayal of its queen. Hera turned to me, her eyes ablaze, demanding my understanding, my solidarity. Do you see this? Do you feel it? The weight of her sorrow was palpable, a leaden cloak draped around her shoulders. He thinks he can play with fire without being burned. There was a tremor in her voice, a crack in her facade that sent chills down my spine. But I will not burn alone. In that moment, I felt the rage rising within her, a force that could turn Olympus upside down. The cosmos held its breath, stars flickered, unsure of their place in this unfolding drama. I could almost taste the bitterness, like ash in my mouth, as Hera took a step closer to the woman, her presence enveloping the air, heavy and foreboding. I remember every moment. She smirked, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. Every whispered promise, every feigned smile. You think he is yours. You think you are different. Her voice dripped with irony, but her eyes told a different story, one filled with anguish, a woman scorned, and a goddess determined to reclaim her throne. The woman faltered, her bravado crumbling like dried leaves underfoot, and I could see the glimmer of fear in her eyes. I didn't want this, she repeated, desperation creeping into her voice, but it felt like a feeble attempt to shield herself from the storm that was Hera. Hera's laughter echoed, wild and untamed, reverberating through the halls of Olympus, a haunting melody that sent shivers through my spine. You're right, my dear. You didn't want this. You wanted him, just as every other woman has wanted him. But each time, I am the one left to bear the scars. Each time, I am the one forced to watch. The world seemed to tilt, the weight of centuries bearing down upon us, and I felt as if I were standing on the edge of a volcanic precipice, ready to erupt. Hera's jealousy was a living thing, thrumming beneath her skin, and I could hear its angry roar. Time stretched and warped in that charged atmosphere, a collapsing star about to implode. With every word spoken, the air crackled hotter, and the distance between Hera and the woman shrank, an electric tension building between them. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe pounding in anticipation. This confrontation was inevitable, a collision of emotions, love twisted into rage, loyalty into betrayal. "Do you think I will let you take what is mine?" Hera whispered, her voice a low growl, a feral promise. "You think you can replace me, that you can win his heart? I am Hera, queen of the gods. I will not be cast aside like a worn-out toy." And in that moment, the shadows deepened, wrapping themselves around us, weaving a tapestry of dread. I felt the weight of her fury, the depth of her despair, and I was swept along on her tide, drowning in the raw intensity of her pain, her jealousy, her fierce love. And as the storm raged, I could see the flickering light of a new dawn creeping over the horizon, but it seemed so far away, so impossibly distant. The confrontation loomed like an ominous cloud, and I knew the battle lines were drawn. It was only the beginning. The cosmos held its breath, dangling between love and betrayal, and I was left hanging in the balance, suspended in the chaos of a goddess scorned. The air crackled with tension, sharp as a blade's edge, and every heartbeat pulsed like a war drum. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, twisting figures that whispered secrets of betrayal and vengeance. In the great hall, where laughter should have flowed like wine, a silence so thick it choked the heart enveloped us. I stood there, breath held, eyes locked on Leda, her face pale, a ghost of the woman she once was. The weight of Zeus' wrath hung heavy between us, a malevolence that curled around our throats like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. "I remember the taste of my freedom," Leda murmured, voice barely a breath. Her eyes, once bright with hope, now glinted with despair. "I remember the night when the stars were our only witnesses, and now, here we are." She gestured weakly to the shadows that cloaked us, caged by his whims. The walls of the hall loomed like ancient sentinels, indifferent to our plight. They had seen love turn to ash, dreams collapse into nightmares. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter, Zeus' laughter, ringing in my ears, a cruel symphony marking our fates. Each note reverberated with memories, the softness of stolen kisses, the warmth of stolen nights. Yet what did those moments mean now, when retribution stood at the door, ready to drag us into a darkness we could scarcely imagine? I looked away from Leda, the guilt gnawing at me. I had been drawn into the tempest, swept off my feet by promises that glittered like gold. I had wanted a taste of divinity, a sip from the chalice of power. And now? Betrayed by my own desires, I felt the sharp edges of regret cutting deeper. I had watched others fall into his trap, and yet, here I was, standing on the precipice of my own undoing. "Do you think he ever loved us?" I asked, the words slipping from my lips like shards of glass. Leda's eyes, once so full of light, now mirrored the void of the night sky. "Do you think he even cares?" Her laughter, bitter and haunting, filled the air. "Love? Zeus' love is a tempest. It devours, consumes, leaves nothing but wreckage in its wake." For a fleeting moment, a flicker of defiance ignited in her gaze. We were never more than playthings, to be tossed aside when the game grew dull. The shadows shifted, and a chill swept through the hall, as if the very walls understood our suffering. I shuddered, recalling the stories, the whispers of his previous mistresses, the ones whose fates lay hidden in the cosmos, strewn like stars across the night. Some transformed into swans, others into constellations, but they all vanished, leaving nothing but echoes of their cries against the emptiness of eternity. Suddenly, the heavy doors creaked open, and the scent of thunder followed him, Zeus, the king of gods, with a presence so overwhelming it sent shivers racing down my spine. His face was a mask of power, but behind that veneer, I could sense a storm brewing, a tempest of emotions roiling beneath the surface. "You think you can hide from me?" His voice boomed, resonating with the weight of countless punishments delivered upon those who dared defy him. Leda stiffened, and I could see the tremor in her hands. "We are not afraid," she declared, a spark of courage igniting her spirit. But even as she spoke, I could see the fear lurking in her eyes, a flicker of doubt threatening to extinguish the flame of defiance. Not afraid. Zeus stepped closer, the world around us dimming in his shadow. Let me show you what fear truly is. I felt the air shift, a palpable force as he summoned the echoes of those who had come before us, faint whispers of anguish wrapped in the fabric of time. You think love is a shield? He taunted, raising a hand. Shall I show you how easily it crumbles? The ground trembled, and I fell to my knees, eyes wide with terror as visions flooded my mind, images of his mistresses, their pleas echoing in an endless void, faces twisted in despair. I saw them turn to stone, to darkness, banished from remembrance, their cries swallowed by the cosmos. You will learn, dear leader, what happens to those who know me too well. A scream clawed up my throat, but I couldn't make a sound. I was trapped between the past and the present, caught in the web of my own making. Leader's hand reached out to me, her grip tightening like a vice, but I could feel the cold seeping into her bones, the dread wrapping its tendrils around her heart. Fight it, I whispered, though my voice trembled with fear. We must fight. But the shadows loomed larger, and the air thickened with dread, a tapestry woven from despair and retribution. You think you can challenge me? Zeus' laughter boomed, a deafening roar that sent shockwaves through the hall. You are but whispers in the void. I felt the world tilt, gravity tugging at my soul, dragging me into a chasm of darkness where hope flickered like a dying ember. Leader's eyes were wide, filled with a mix of determination and despair, and as she locked gazes with me, I understood that our fates were intertwined. In that moment, I felt the weight of the universe pressing down on us, the burden of countless lives lived in shadows, all seeking light. Together, I said, though the word tasted like ash in my mouth. We will not let him take us. The hall trembled, the walls reverberating with our defiance, but the storm was upon us, and I could see the horizon fraying at the edges, the promise of retribution lurking just beyond our grasp. The air thickened, filled with the scent of impending doom, as time lost its meaning, spiraling into chaos around us. I could feel the pull of the cosmos, the weight of countless destinies crashing against us, and as the shadows closed in, I knew that the true battle was just beginning. A reckoning awaited, one that would echo through eternity, and we were at the heart of it, caught in a dance of fate and fury, a melody that promised both destruction and redemption. And in that moment, as the dark clouds gathered overhead, I realized that our fight had only just begun. The moon hung low and heavy, a ghostly witness to the chaos below. Shadows danced across the cobblestones, twisting like the secrets they carried. In the heart of the village, a commotion erupted. The air thickened with tension, sharp as a blade. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs, feeling the pulse of fear and exhilaration coursing through my veins. It was here, beneath the shrouded night, that everything changed. Shalone! Shalone! The frantic cries pierced the air, each syllable a knife digging into the fragile fabric of the night. The villagers surged like a tidal wave, their faces twisted with desperation. They sought her, Ushalone, the turtle so beloved that she was woven into the very essence of their lives, a symbol of both hope and despair. I knew Shalone. I remembered the way sunlight glinted off her shell, how her slow, deliberate movement seemed to mock the frantic pace of life around her. But tonight, she was gone. At the edge of the crowd, a girl named Aurelia stood frozen, her wide eyes reflecting the panic that swept over us like wildfire. She was here just a moment ago. Her voice cracked, barely rising above the tumult. I watched as despair twisted her delicate features, transforming youthful innocence into a mask of anguish. Aurelia loved Shalone fiercely as a heart could love when it knew both joy and heartache. In her, I saw a reflection of my own fear, a shared bond forged in the crucible of loss. And then there was Tobias, the village outcast, lurking near the shadows, his presence a dark stain against the chaos. He was a boy of few words, burdened by a past that clung to him like a shroud. His eyes, glimmering with something raw and wild, were fixed on the crowd, yet he stood apart, a ghost among the living. I wondered if he felt the same pulse of ache that coursed through me, whether he too understood the weight of love and loss. Perhaps he did. Maybe that was why he lingered, watching with a detached intensity that felt both ominous and strangely comforting. Where did you go? Aurelia whispered into the void, her voice trembling. Each word was a plea, a prayer carried on the wind. I felt her desperation seep into my bones, a chill that settled there and refused to leave. The villagers' shouts morphed into a cacophony of dread. They were searching for a creature, yes, but what they sought was more than flesh and shell. They sought comfort in Challone's steady presence, a balm for a world that spun ever faster into chaos. Aurelia knelt, fingers trembling as she brushed the dirt from her knees. If I could just find her, she let the thought hang in the air, unformed yet heavy, suffocating. The moon bore witness to her struggle, the light glinted off her tears, turning them to liquid silver, a testament to love's fragility. My own throat tightened, the intensity of her sorrow a mirror reflecting the shadows of my own heart. I remembered when I, too, had felt the earth shift beneath my feet, the cold dread of losing something so integral to my existence. And then there was Tobias, stepping forward, breaking the spell of silence that clung to us. She won't be far. Challone is wise. She knows, his words trailed off, but the conviction in his voice wrapped around us like a shroud. It was the kind of certainty that felt like a lifeline, even if it was frayed and worn. He was right, Challone was more than flesh and bone. She embodied the village's heartbeat, a steady rhythm in a world that threatened to drown them in chaos. Aurelia looked at him, eyes shimmering with both hope and skepticism. What do you know, Tobias? You're just a boy. The words were sharp, a rejection of the warmth he offered. Yet, in that moment, I saw the flicker of understanding pass between them, the fear of vulnerability, the yearning for connection in a world that often pushed them apart. Still, the hunt continued. We moved as one, a mass of bodies propelled by an unyielding need. Every footfall echoed with urgency, and I could feel the tension coiling tighter, like the strings of a bow pulled back, ready to snap. The streets blurred around us, shadows twisted as if whispering secrets we were not meant to hear. Time felt elastic, stretching and contracting, bending to the will of our fear. And then, just as I thought we might drown in the tide of chaos, a glimmer caught my eye, a flicker of movement beneath a gnarled tree, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Challone! The cry escaped my lips, raw and primal, a spark igniting the air. We surged forward, hope flaring even as doubt coiled in our chests. Aurelia's breath hitched as she pushed through the crowd, determination etched on her face. And there was Tobias, catching her gaze, a silent understanding passing between them, a pact forged in the heat of shared fear. Together, they moved toward the tree, their hearts thrumming with the rhythm of desperation and hope. Yet, as we approached, a stillness fell over us. The world slowed, each heartbeat echoing in the silence. I could feel the weight of their breaths, the electricity crackling in the air, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting. The shadows whispered, teasing us, daring us to confront the truth. Would we find Challone? Or would we be met with the bitter taste of despair? You see, hope and fear danced together, entwined like lovers and enemies. And in that moment, as our breaths mingled in the night, I knew we were on the precipice of something immeasurable, teetering between salvation and ruin. The fate of Challone hung in the balance, a fragile thread connecting us all, as we leaned closer to the edge of the unknown, hearts racing against the backdrop of eternity. The night would not let us go easily, and neither would Challone. The air was thick with tension, as if the very atmosphere was alive, vibrating with unspoken dread. The sound of splintering wood broke the silence, sharp and jarring, reverberating through the abandoned streets of Challone. I stood frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, the weight of impending doom pressing down on me. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, twisting faces of long-forgotten souls etched in the crumbling walls around me. I could almost hear their whispers, echoes of a past that clawed at my sanity. Flora and Marcellus were mere breaths away, their eyes wide with terror, mirroring my own horror. Flora's hands trembled as she gripped the hilt of her dagger, a futile weapon against the darkness creeping into our lives. There was something raw in her fear, an ember of defiance flaring against the chill of despair. "We can't go back," she whispered, voice quaking, a thin thread of bravery woven into her words. "Not now, not ever." In that moment, I remembered the townspeople, their faces twisted in anguish, begging for salvation as the curse tightened its grip. I remembered the tales told around dying fires, the old woman's voice tremulous with foreboding, warning of hubris, the arrogance that had led us here. Marcellus, ever the skeptic, had laughed them off. He was the brightest candle in the storm, and yet, even he couldn't hold back the shadows encroaching upon us. His brow glistened with sweat, the weight of doubt etching lines of worry into his youthful face. "It's just a story," he had said, but the tremor in his voice belied his bravado. And now, with the gnawing fear of fate closing in, I felt the remnants of that disbelief shatter like glass beneath the weight of reality. Chalone was alive with curses, a living testament to our recklessness, and we were powerless to escape its hungry grasp. The curse was not just a myth, it was breathing, like a beast lurking in the dark, waiting for the moment to strike. Flora's gaze darted to the heavens, where the moon hung like a sentinel overseeing our downfall. The night sky was a vast void, an endless expanse swirling with forgotten dreams and lost hopes. I thought of the stories I had read, wise men and foolish kings, all undone by their own hands. I thought of Marcellus's laughter that echoed in my mind like a distant memory, and how it had faded to nothing, swallowed by the enormity of what loomed ahead. "Do you feel that?" I asked, the words slipping out before I could pull them back. The air was charged, electric with something primal, something that made the hair on my arm stand at attention. Flora nodded, her breath a silent prayer against the encroaching dread, but Marcellus shook his head, defiance flickering in his eyes. "It's just the wind," he spat, though I saw the uncertainty gnawing at him. It was a desperate attempt to cling to the remnants of his courage, but we all knew better. The wind wouldn't howl like that unless it carried the weight of despair. Then it happened, a low growl rippled through the shadows, a sound that resonated deep within my bones. The ground trembled, and in that heartbeat, I felt the curse wrap its fingers around my throat, squeezing tighter, tighter, threatening to silence me forever. "Run!" Flora screamed, slashing through the darkness with her dagger, a spark of fury igniting her fear. We turned, the terror spurring us forward like a feverish dream, but the shadows were alive, wrapping around us, creeping into our minds, whispering secrets of our past failures and our hubris. I remembered the stories of the town, of the foolish pride that led its leaders to believe they could control the cosmos. They had sought power, sacrificing the very essence of their humanity, and now, as the curse clawed its way back to us, I felt the weight of their sins upon my shoulders. We are them, I thought, a revelation that sliced through my thoughts like a cold knife. That realization clawed at me, each breath more labored, more desperate. We stumbled through the streets, the shadows chasing us like phantoms, mocking our escape. Marcellus cursed under his breath, a futile rebellion against the approaching darkness. "I didn't believe," he muttered, and the weight of his words hung between us, heavy and wrought with regret. "I should have listened." Flora shot him a glance, her eyes ablaze with fury and fear. "This isn't the time for self-pity, Marcellus. We need to fight." But fight against what? The very essence of our own folly? The curse had seeped into our souls, and the thought of confronting it filled me with a marrow-deep dread. It was a lesson in hubris, a stark reminder that no one walks free from the chains of their own making. I grabbed Flora's hand, squeezing it tight, feeling her pulse racing alongside mine, two hearts beating as one against the tide of darkness. "Keep moving," I urged, my voice barely a whisper, lost in the cacophony of our panic. We turned a corner, breathless, and that's when I saw it, a flicker of light, a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. But my heart sank as I realized the truth. It was too bright, too unnatural, a beacon calling us into the abyss. The ground rumbled beneath our feet, and panic surged through my veins like ice water. I knew that light was not salvation, it was a trap, a siren song designed to ensnare us. I remembered the tales of Chalone, the lost souls who wandered these cursed streets, forever searching for redemption that would never come. I could feel their presence, a ghostly throng whispering warnings in the darkness, urging us to turn away. But the light was so enticing, it beckoned like a lover promising warmth on a cold, dark night. "Don't," I whispered, as much to myself as to Marcellus and Flora. "Don't look back." But it was too late. Curiosity, that treacherous beast, had already dragged us closer. The light pulsated, a heartbeat in the void, and in that moment, I felt the weight of our choices crushing down, the laughter of the past mingling with the cries of the present. There were no heroes here, only haunted souls caught in the web of their own making, lost in Shalone, forever cursed by our own hubris. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning like the growl of a caged beast. It echoed through the valleys, stirring the air with a tension that felt electric. I stood there, heart racing, on the precipice of something terrible, something inevitable. The storm was coming, not just in the form of rain and wind, but in the wrath of Hera. Today, her spirit would be a tempest, fierce and unyielding. Shalone stood beneath the ancient olive tree, her silhouette trembling like the leaves above. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of defiance mingling with fear. She had dared to tread where few mortals would, to challenge the divine, and now the weight of her decision hung heavy like an executioner's sword. I remember, Shalone whispered, the wind snatching her words before they could fully form. I remember the taste of freedom. Her voice was laced with longing, a bittersweet memory that felt like a ghost dancing just out of reach. Her hands shook as she clutched the trunk of the tree, anchoring herself to the earth, even as her spirit soared in rebellion. But freedom comes at a price, doesn't it? I watched as she grappled with the haunting realization. Her choice to defy the goddess was not just a whim, it was a bold proclamation against the heavens, a scream into the void. She had dared to refuse the gods' demands, and now, the looming shadows hinted at the price yet to be paid. In the distance, I could almost hear Hera's voice, a melodious yet ominous lullaby, echoing with promises of retribution. Across the clearing stood Lysander, his brow furrowed, trembling beneath the weight of his own thoughts. He was Shalone's closest ally, a man of courage and conviction, but at that moment, he felt like a puppet with strings fraying. "You can't defy her," he murmured, his voice husky with urgency. "You don't understand what she's capable of." There was desperation in his tone, a plea wrapped in fear. He knew the depths of Hera's vengeance, the tales whispered in the dark. He had seen friends turn to stone, lives extinguished like flickering candles. "I know what she is," Shalone shot back, eyes blazing with the fire of her spirit. "I know what it means to be caged. I won't let her dictate my life." Her defiance was a song of rebellion, a melody that pierced the storm clouds gathering above. But as the wind howled and the sky darkened, I felt the tremors of fate shifting beneath us, a cosmic sigh before the plunge. "Shalone!" Lysander's voice cracked, his resolve faltering. "We cannot fight the gods. You're playing with forces beyond you." He stepped closer, desperate to bridge the chasm growing between them, yet fear held him back like a chain. In that moment, he was a man torn between love and dread, and it twisted in his gut like a serpent. I remember, Shalone's voice softened, a lullaby in a storm. I remember laughter, the freedom of running through fields, unburdened by the weight of expectation. But that's not enough for her, is it? I won't be a pawn in her game. The air crackled with her conviction, and yet beneath it lay the undercurrent of despair, a whisper that threatened to shatter her resolve entirely. As the first drops of rain fell, they hit the earth like the softest of sighs, but I could feel the storm brewing within Shalone. With each drop, Hera's wrath came closer, a creeping dread that wrapped around us like a shroud. Memories flooded back, not just of Shalone's past, but of the countless mortals who had dared to challenge the divine. They had all faced the same storm, and their screams echoed through the ages, a chilling chorus of despair that reverberated in my bones. "Please," Lysander pleaded, his voice breaking like the thunder overhead. "Don't do this. You're throwing everything away for a moment of defiance." His eyes glistened with unshed tears, a reflection of the storm brewing in the heavens. "What if she punishes you? What if? Shalone interrupted, her laughter bitter yet beautiful, a haunting note that resonated across the clearing. "What if I choose to live? What if I choose to fight for the life I want? What if I refuse to be another story told by the gods?" Her voice rose into the storm, daring the heavens to respond. The trees quivered, the ground trembled, Hera was listening. And then, the clouds split open, unleashing a torrent of rain that fell like daggers, a deluge of fury. It drummed on the earth with an intensity that stole the breath from our lungs, drowning out all else. Shalone stood resolute, her silhouette a defiant statue against the wrath of the sky. And in that moment, I saw the truth. This was not just about defiance, it was about survival, about carving out a space in a world that had long since forgotten her name. Shalone! I cried, an instinctive plea, but it was swallowed by the storm. I could feel the weight of history bearing down on us, a cacophony of regrets and fears, triumphs and failures. She was not just fighting for herself, she was fighting for those lost souls who had dared to dream, who had faced the wrath of gods and crumbled under its weight. The rain seeped into our skin, a chilling reminder of what lay ahead. As the roar of thunder drowned the silence, I could feel the ground shudder beneath our feet, a precursor of the chaos that was to come. Shalone's defiance pulsed through the air, a heartbeat in a realm governed by fear. And as I stood there, caught in the eye of the storm, I realized that the true punishment was not in the hands of the goddess. No, it was within Shalone, the internal battle raging fiercely, her spirit torn between the desire for freedom and the fear of retribution. The storm was not merely a tempest, it was a reflection of her heart, wild, untamed, and tragically beautiful. And then, as if the universe had exhaled, the air shifted. The tension snapped, and in that moment, everything changed. The darkness crept closer, the shadows deepened, and I knew we were on the brink. The storm had not yet unleashed its full fury, and the decision had been made. Hera's wrath was imminent, and as the thunder rolled, it echoed the truth: the storm was just beginning. Chapter 23. The transformation of Shalone, from nymph to turtle, silence clung to the moonlit night like a shroud, thick and suffocating, broken only by the rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The world held its breath, poised on the edge of transformation. I remember the chill of the air biting at my skin, the way shadows danced across the land, teasing the boundary between reality and dream. Shalone stood under the ancient elm, her eyes reflecting the silver light, a nymph caught between two worlds, caught between two lives. Fear gripped her heart like a vice, she could feel the weight of destiny pressing down upon her. She had always been a creature of the water, the current, the waves, the freedom. But now the tide was turning. In that moment of stillness, when the stars seemed to dim in anticipation, she felt the pull of the earth, the call of the shell that awaited her. She took a trembling breath, the taste of salt lingering on her tongue as the memory stirred. Then there was Agron, the dark-haired mortal, staring at her with eyes full of desperation, a yearning that belied his earthy charm. He was a man torn between ambition and love, his heart a battlefield where dreams clashed with the harshness of reality. "Shalone, please," he urged, voice cracking like the dry branches above them, "don't let this be the end. Fight it." But how could she fight against the very essence of what she was becoming? With each passing moment, she felt the metamorphosis gnawing at her, clawing its way from the depths of her being. A wave of guilt washed over her, drowning out the passion that once ignited their nights. I remember the laughter, the wild abandon in their shared moments, the way his hands would cradle her face, grounding her in their shared madness. But that laughter seemed a distant echo now, a cruel reminder of what was slipping away. With every heartbeat, she felt the transformation deep within her, a pulse of energy, a shuddering sigh of surrender. "Akron, I can't," the word slipped through her lips like water through fingers, frantically grasping for hope. He stepped closer, desperation etched across his brow, the lines of worry carving into his youthful face. "You're not just a nymph, you're a part of this world. Don't let them take that from you." His voice was a whisper against the cacophony of her thoughts. She saw the flicker of fear in his eyes, and something else, a flicker of betrayal. "Why should I stay? What do you want me to do?" she cried, her voice rising, echoing against the trees, reverberating like a warning bell. The shadows grew deeper, wrapping around her like a noose. She could feel the tears welling, hot and bitter, but she refused to let them spill. Instead, they pooled in her soul, heavy and suffocating. Akron, caught in the storm of his own emotions, slammed his fist against the bark of the tree, a crack like thunder splitting the night. "I want you to fight. Don't you see? The moment you give in, you become one of them. A shell of what you were." And there it was, the gut-wrenching truth that sliced through the air. To transform meant to abandon all that she had known, all that had forged her essence. The other nymphs had succumbed to this fate, their laughter replaced by silence, their beauty encased in hard shells. They became guardians of the river, but what was a guardian without a heart? Shalone could feel the pull of the water, a siren's call beckoning her back to the depths, but it was Acheron's voice that anchored her. Remember us! Remember the wild nights, the laughter that echoed like thunder. I remember the way we danced under the stars, the way the world felt alive around us, the fleeting moments full of reckless abandon, where nothing else mattered. But now, those memories felt like shards of glass digging into her skin. She was slipping, losing herself to the impending darkness. As Acheron reached out for her, she felt the air crackle with tension, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. You have a choice, he said, his voice low and fervent. Stay with me, Shalone. Don't let fear define you. But fear was a companion she had known too well, a shadow that crept into her dreams, whispering sweet nothings of despair. What if I can't, she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. He stepped closer, his breath warm against her cheek. Then you'll become nothing. A turtle in a world full of chaos. His gaze was piercing, a beacon in her tumultuous sea of doubt. What do you want? In that moment, she saw it all, the weight of eternity pressing against her, the heavy tide of regret pulling her under. Time hung like a pendulum, swinging, until she could almost hear the clock ticking, the cosmos laughing at her indecision. I remember the night I decided to live, to carve my own path, a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos. The shadows whispered promises of freedom, but I chose to embrace the light. Shalone could taste the sweetness of that moment in the air, a reminder of what she could still be. Let me go, she said, her voice trembling with the weight of her choice, a lament for the girl she once was. Acheron's eyes widened, and a deep sorrow washed over his face, but she could feel the fire of her spirit igniting, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. And in that fleeting breath, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Shalone stepped into the unknown, each heartbeat echoing like a distant drum, calling her home. She felt the first stirrings of transformation within her, a shiver of acceptance, a bitter sweetness that tangled with hope. With one final glance, she saw Acheron standing there, his silhouette outlined against the night, a ghost of her past. I will remember, she whispered, the words a promise to the stars above, a promise to herself. The air crackled with impending change, the shift palpable, as she embraced the burden of her metamorphosis. The shadows thickened, weaving around her like a cloak, and in that swirling darkness, she surrendered the last vestiges of her former self. Her heartbeat slowed, merging with the rhythm of the earth, and she felt the ground rise to meet her. Shalone transformed, a final gasp of freedom escaping her lips, a sound that pierced the night, a haunting melody that echoed through the trees, resonating in the hearts of those who dared to remember. And in that echo, Acheron stood alone, the weight of his choices pressing upon him, the silence stretching infinitely as the shadows wrapped around him, leaving him with only the haunting memories of what once was. The night deepened, the stars blinked in the distance, and the story continued, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of time, endlessly spinning, eternally waiting. The night weighed heavy, thick like a shroud, as the city breathed its last flickers of life. Streetlights buzzed, casting ghostly halos that seemed to defy the stillness, illuminating the figure hunched over the cracked pavement. Maya, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest, knelt before the shallow water pooling in the gutter, fingers trembling as they brushed the slick surface. In that moment, she was captivated by the reflection staring back, a reflection that was not her own but something darker, something that whispered of silence and woe. I remember that night. I remember the taste of fear lingering in the air, a taste like rust, bitter and metallic. It clung to me as I stood there, paralyzed by the weight of unfinished words and the shadows of past mistakes. The turtle she held, small yet ancient, glimmered with the promise of longevity, its shell etched with stories of time that had long been forgotten. In that precious moment, it was a piece of silence, a guardian of memories, a haunting reminder of lives unlived. Then came the sound, a distant wail, rising from the depths of the night, slicing through the stillness like a knife through flesh. My brother, Aaron, emerged from the darkness, his face a mask of desperation. In his eyes, I saw it all, the fear of failure, the aching weight of family expectations, the burden of a promise he might never fulfill. Maya, we have to go. Now! His voice was a desperate symphony, and I felt the panic rising within me, wrapping around my heart like a vice. I hesitated, unable to leave the turtle behind, its unyielding gaze urging me to stay, to listen to the silence it offered, the stories it could tell. I could hear my own thoughts screaming back at me, a cacophony of doubts and dreams, all intermingled in a dance as old as time. "I can't," I finally whispered, the words tasting foreign and raw on my tongue. "What do you mean you can't?" Aaron snapped. He took a step closer, his frustration palpable, and in that moment, I saw him for what he truly was, a man caught in the relentless grip of time, struggling to escape the shadows of our upbringing. The weight of our family history hung between us, a chasm filled with regrets and unfulfilled dreams, and I could feel every tremor of his fear echoing through the darkness. "I have to stay with it," I insisted, my voice gaining strength, steadied by an inexplicable connection to the creature before me. It's a part of me." Maya, leaning into the turtle's silent wisdom, felt the cold snap of reality biting at her heels. Time was relentless. It ghosted past her like a thief, stealing moments she could never regain. The turtle's shell seemed to whisper against the night, weaving in and out of her thoughts, offering solace but demanding silence in return. The weight of those unspoken words, the ones that had never left her lips, hung heavily in the air, filling the void between us. Aaron clenched his fists, his frustration boiling over like a pot left too long on the stove. "You think this thing can save you? It can't. Nothing can save us." His voice cracked like brittle glass, and I flinched, the shards of his anguish piercing through the fog of my own desperation. But in the very depths of that confrontation, I felt the stillness of the turtle wrap around me, a cloak of protection against the chaos of our lives. I saw my brother's pain mirrored in its shell, the cracks, the scars, the undeniable resilience. It had lived through storms and droughts, through the harshest of winters and the sunniest of days, and yet here it was, nestled in the palm of my hand, a silent testament to endurance. "Longevity doesn't mean escaping the storm," I finally said, my voice a quiet rebellion against the noise around us. "It means standing firm through it. Just like this turtle." For a fleeting moment, the world around us faded, the swirling city lights, the distant sirens, the echoes of our past. It was just me and Aaron, two souls caught in the grip of a night that felt eternal, with the turtle between us, a bridge over troubled waters. He took a deep breath, his anger flickering like a candle in a gusty wind, and I could see the fight fading from his eyes. I think he finally understood the silence I craved, not an absence of sound, but a space filled with possibility, with the weight of unspoken thoughts hanging in the air like a delicate web, ready to unravel. "You're right," he sighed, the tension easing from his shoulders. "But we can't linger here. Not now." I nodded, slowly pulling my gaze from the turtle, tearing myself away from the connection that had anchored me. The night loomed large, shadows creeping closer, and I felt the pull of reality like gravity, relentless and unforgiving. The city was alive with its own heartbeat, a symphony of chaos that drowned out our whispers of longing and fear. As we turned away from the gutter, leaving the turtle behind, its presence lingering like an unfulfilled promise, I felt a deep ache settle in my chest. It was a sacrifice, a moment of silence that could echo through the years, a reminder of what it meant to endure, to hold on while letting go. I would carry its essence with me, a part of my soul entwined with its ancient wisdom, a silent guardian against the storms yet to come. "Promise me," I said, my voice trembling, "we'll find our way back." He glanced back one last time, the turtle now a memory fading into the shadows, and I could see the flicker of a vow in his eyes. "I promise," he whispered, and I knew that in that moment, we weren't just two broken pieces of a fractured family, we were something more. Together, we were the silence and the storm, the turtle and the city, caught in the delicate dance of survival. And as we walked into the night, I could feel the weight of time pressing against my back, a reminder that every heartbeat counted, that every breath mattered, and that sometimes, silence held more power than words ever could. The air was thick with the smell of iron and fire, a metallic tang that lingered long after the flames had died down. I stood there, paralyzed, as the echoes of Shalonne's final screams reverberated in my skull. The shadows of the gallows loomed behind me, stark against the dusk, like specters of our choices, clutching at my heart with icy fingers. I remember the way the crowd had gasped, an involuntary intake of breath that hung in the air like fog, heavy, suffocating. In that moment, I felt the weight of my own heart, pounding in sync with the drums of fate we had all marched to. And I remember the faces in the crowd, twisted in an array of emotions. Some cried for her, some jeered, a few even laughed. Humanity, a carnival of grotesques. I could taste the bitterness on my tongue, the salt of my own tears mingling with the soot of our sins. A figure moved beside me, ghost-like in the fading light. It was Asher, his eyes hollow, rimmed with shadows that mirrored the darkening sky. Did we do the right thing? The question hung between us, fragile as spun sugar. I wanted to scream, to shake him until he understood that right and wrong were but threads in a tapestry stained by our actions, but instead, all I could muster was a nod, or was it a shake? The uncertainty gnawed at me, like rats scavenging through a forgotten grave. Asher had always been more than just a friend, he was my anchor, my counterpart in this chaotic sea of morality. But today, he felt like a stranger, a man burdened by the weight of his own conscience. She was guilty, he whispered, as if trying to convince the winds themselves. We had to do it. The words tasted bitter, like ash in my mouth. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to feel those righteous flames of justice flickering in my chest, but all I felt was the hollow ache of loss, the dull throb of regret. Guilty, I echoed, the word falling like a stone into the abyss of my mind. I couldn't shake the image of Shalone as a girl, dancing in the moonlight, her laughter a melody that once brought warmth to our cold, crumbling world. Did we really believe she was a witch? Or were we all just casting our fears into the pyre, desperate for someone to blame? The thought clawed at my insides, a feral beast gnashing its teeth. The night air shifted, a chill crawling down my spine, as if the universe was holding its breath. I turned to Asher, his face pale, illuminated only by the flickering torches. What if she wasn't? I dared to ask, my voice trembling. What if we were wrong? He looked away, his gaze piercing the darkness like a shipwrecked sailor searching for land. And if we were right? If she truly was a monster? His voice cracked, the weight of the world pressing down upon him. I realized then that we were not just mourning Shalone, we were wrestling with our own demons, grappling with the shadows of our past choices. Then, out of the corner of my eye, a figure emerged from the smothering darkness. It was Ilara, her long hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, her eyes fierce and unyielding. You both act like this is over, she spat, her voice sharp as broken glass. You think the punishment absolves us? You think we can just turn away and forget? I was struck by the tempest in her words, the fury that coursed through her veins, and for a fleeting moment, I admired her courage. But it was a dangerous courage, the kind that could ignite into a wildfire. What do you suggest? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Another execution? Yes, she replied, her eyes alight with a fervor that felt almost sacrilegious. Not of blood, but of truth. We must confront what we've done, or we'll drown in our own darkness. Shalone was a reflection of us, our fears, our hatred. And unless we face it, this punishment will haunt us like a ghost. Each word she spoke was a blade, cutting through the thick tension. I could see it, the shadows swirling around us, a premonition of the storm to come. The cosmos seemed to pulse with the rhythm of our hearts, intertwining with the very essence of our humanity. I wanted to scream, to shout that we weren't monsters, that we were simply flawed beings, but the weight of her truth silenced me. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from the crowd, a wave of angry voices spilling forth, a chorus of dissent. What have we become? They cried, the fear in their voices palpable, resonating within me. What have we done? The night grew heavier, the darkness wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket. Asher's hand gripped mine, his touch warm, a lifeline in the growing storm. We have to leave, he urged, panic rising in his voice. But I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, the weight of Shalone's memory anchoring me. I remember, I murmured, the words spilling from my lips like blood. I remember the laughter, the joy of innocence. I remember her dancing. Each memory sliced through my heart with a bittersweet edge, pulling me deeper into the depths of despair. What if we're the real monsters? Ilara stepped closer, her voice softer now, a haunting lullaby amidst the chaos. Then we must forgive ourselves, she said. Only then can we begin to heal. But how could we forgive, when the echoes of Shallone's torment still rang in our ears? When the flames had extinguished, but the scars remained. I felt a pang of despair, a churning in my stomach as the night deepened around us. In that moment, I realized we were not just witnesses of a punishment, we were players in a twisted game, caught in the web woven by our own hands. The past didn't just linger, it clawed at us, demanding to be seen, to be reckoned with. And as the darkness enveloped us, I knew this was only the beginning of a long and treacherous journey. The clock ticked ominously in the silence, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers, just as Shalone had slipped away. The shadows beckoned, and I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down upon us, urging us to confront the truth that lay hidden in the depths of our souls. The thunder cracked like a whip. It sliced through the air, sharp and unyielding, as I stood in the frigid shadows of Olympus, soaked in the aftermath of secrets and betrayals. There, beneath the brooding gloom of an endless sky, I felt the pulse of tension thrumming in the very marrow of the world, the heartbeat of a god, heavy with fury and despair. Hera stood before me, her silhouette framed by the flickering light of torches that danced like eager flames, whispering tales of power and pain. Her face, a mask of fury and grief, was etched with lines of betrayal, each curve a testament to an eternal struggle. I could see it in her azure eyes, a storm brewing, wild and uncontained, an ocean teeming with emotion ready to drown the unwary. She was the queen, yes, but her crown weighed heavy with sacrifice. I remember the way she stared into the abyss, looking for answers that would never come. Do you think I don't know? Her voice cut through the air, slicing deeper than the thunder. You think I can't feel the chill of your infidelities creeping into my bones? Each word was a dagger, steeped in betrayal, as her hands clenched into fists, trembling with the weight of despair. I felt the urge to reach out, to comfort her, but I knew better. Comfort was the last thing she wanted. She had been wronged, and the echoes of Zeus's betrayal hung over us like a shroud, a ghost lingering where love once flourished. And there he was, Zeus, the mighty thunderer, standing cloaked in arrogance, his very presence a tempest. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, but his heart was a battlefield, torn between love and desire, loyalty and lust. I could see it in his posture, the subtle tension in his shoulders. Hera, he began, his voice a low rumble, like distant thunder warning of an approaching storm. You know it's not that simple. A confession cloaked in excuses, his words dripped with the honeyed poison of deceit. I know you, Hera replied, her tone cutting through the heavy air like a scythe through wheat. You wear your charm like a cloak, but beneath it lies a man who thinks he can play God. Every word danced between them, a violent pas de deux, circling, drawing closer, but never quite breaking. The atmosphere crackled with energy, the very essence of their tumultuous bond, an unholy union forged in the fires of passion and betrayal. I remember the moment her anger erupted like a volcano, her voice rising higher, a crescendo of pain and rage. You think you can break me? That your whims hold dominion over my heart? The shadows shifted and morphed around her, and for a fleeting moment, she looked like a goddess in her fury, fierce and unyielding. Lightning sparked in the sky, illuminating the raw emotional landscape as she stepped closer, a queen prepared for battle. Zeus flinched, the flicker of vulnerability flashing across his face. This isn't what I wanted, Hera. The words fell from his lips like a broken promise, heavy with regret. But regret was nothing but a feeble shield when wielded against the wrath of a betrayed wife. I saw the way she recoiled, each memory of his infidelity a blow, a chain wrapped tight around her spirit. You wanted her. You chased after her like a boy after a stray flame. You think I can forgive that? The air between them was thick with unresolved pain, a density that pressed against my chest, suffocating and raw. I could feel the ache of their history swirling like a tempest, a cyclone of love and anger, a cosmic dance where neither was willing to yield. The gods, it seems, were not immune to the frailties of the heart. What a twisted love they shared, an eternal push and pull, an affair with power that danced on the knife's edge of loyalty and betrayal. I could see the cracks in their fortress, the way the light filtered through the dark, a reminder of the beauty of their shared past and the impending tragedy of their present. In that moment, time slowed, and memories whispered through the air like ghosts. I could see their first kiss, electric and innocent, the way his fingers had brushed against her cheek, igniting something deep and primal. I could feel her laughter echoing in the halls of Olympus, a melody that once filled the air with warmth now replaced by the chilling silence of distrust. But Zeus, for all his might, was a fool, a king caught in the web of his own desires, unaware that love, once broken, hides in the shadows, waiting for the slightest crack to unleash its fury. "Hera, I never meant to hurt you," he murmured, desperation creeping into his tone, but it fell on deaf ears. She was a queen, and he had forgotten that her heart was not a pawn in his game. "Every time you betrayed me, you betrayed yourself," she spat, and with a flick of her hand, the ground trembled. I could feel the earth shift beneath us, the power of her wrath resonating through the very fabric of Olympus. And then came the silence. A heavy, unbearable stillness that wrapped around us like a shroud, pregnant with unsaid words and unfulfilled promises. The crackling energy in the air threatened to explode, a storm gathering strength, and I knew that this confrontation was far from over. As I stood there, a silent observer, I could feel the tension thickening, each heartbeat echoing like a war drum, foreshadowing a climax that would forever alter the landscape of their love. The cosmos held its breath, and the stars seemed to dim, as if even they understood the weight of this moment. With every flicker of lightning, I felt the pulse of their conflict, a whirlwind of emotions that would continue to spiral out of control until the truth was laid bare. The dance of power was just beginning, and the shadows whispered secrets that would shape their destinies forever. In the balance hung not just their love, but the very essence of Olympus itself, a love story entwined with sorrows and pleasures, an intricate tapestry woven with the threads of betrayal and passion. And as I watched, a spectre amid the gods, I realized that this was just the beginning, a prelude to a storm that would ravage Olympus and echo through time, an unending cycle of love and pain, where every heartbeat reverberated with the haunting refrain of a broken promise. The clock was ticking, each beat a heartbeat echoing through the empty hallways of an ancient castle, its stones steeped in centuries of whispered secrets. The air felt electric, alive with the tension of what was to come, every shadow flickering like a warning. I stood there, the chill of the stone walls seeping through my skin, my heart pounding, a frantic drum summoning an inevitable confrontation. Myra's breath hitched beside me, I could feel her fear radiating like heat off a flame. She was the one who had always danced between hope and despair, her eyes catching every glimmer of light even in the darkest corners of this castle. But today, the fire in her gaze wavered, flickering against the weight of fate that pressed upon us like an iron shroud. "What if they come for me?" she whispered, her voice trembling, raw, a plea tangled with dread. I wanted to tell her that fate was a fickle thing, that it played tricks on the unsuspecting. I had spent too many nights pondering what threads the fate spun around us, a tapestry woven with moments, choices, and those haunting what ifs. But my words caught in my throat, as if even the expression of her fears could summon the very specters of destiny we dreaded. Across the room, in the shadows, stood Callum, a ghost of a man, a flicker of his former self. He was a warrior by nature, but now he wore his scars like chains, heavy and unyielding. I saw him clench and unclench his fists, the muscle memory of battle still alive in him, yet his eyes spoke of surrender, of giving in to the relentless march of time. "You can't change what's coming," he murmured, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "I fought too many battles and lost them all. Fate doesn't care for the brave." But I wasn't ready to believe that, not yet. I remembered the stories, the tales of the three fates, those ancient sisters who spun the threads of existence, weaving destinies with merciless precision. Clotho, the spinner, the one who brings life into being; Lachesis, the measurer, choosing the length of that life with a cold detachment; and Atropos, the cutter, who snipped the thread, sealing the fate of all who dared to dream. Each sister loomed in my mind, shadows lurking, their intentions veiled in whispers. The air thickened as the night deepened, a palpable tension settling like a weight upon my chest. I could feel the fates closing in, watching, waiting for us to make a choice that would echo in eternity. I was acutely aware of the clock's hands moving inexorably forward, each tick a reminder that time was a cruel mistress, and we were little more than pawns on her chessboard. Myra stepped forward, defiance igniting in her soul, a spark that pushed against the oppressive darkness. "I refuse to accept this," she declared, her voice a fierce flame that lit the cold stone around us. "I will not be a slave to destiny's cruel whims. I will take my own path." But Callum shook his head. "You think you can outrun them? Fate doesn't let go easily." His words sliced through the air, sharp and final. For a moment, we were all suspended in a breath, caught between the impossible choices that loomed ahead. I felt the weight of their fears, their hopes, their unyielding desire to fight against the threads that bound them, yet I could see the truth behind their struggles, the futility of resisting the fates. Memories flooded back, moments shared under the starlit sky, laughter mingling with sorrow. Remember the night we dared each other to chase the shadows? I breathed, my mind floating back to that reckless moment of youthful abandon. I remember, Myra's voice softened, a glimmer of warmth breaking through her fear. We thought we were invincible. But were we? Time had taught us that invincibility was an illusion, and the fates were the harshest of teachers. They reveled in the chaos of our choices, spinning intricate patterns of love and loss, weaving our stories with threads of heartbreak. The tension surged again, a palpable force that wrapped around us like a vice. I could feel the fates drawing closer, the air thickening with their influence, suffocating, intoxicating. I could almost hear the whispers of Clotho, her voice a fluttering breeze, urging us to tread carefully, while Lachesis measured each heartbeat, each sigh, and Atropos waited, scissors poised, ready to cut through the fabric of our lives. "Fight," I urged, a desperate plea escaping my lips. "We have to fight for what we want. We can carve our own paths, can't we?" Callum's gaze bore into mine, a storm of emotion swirling within. "But at what cost?" he shot back, a tremor in his voice. "What if our struggle only brings more pain?" Myra took a step back, the fire in her eyes flickering again. "Maybe it's worth it," she whispered, uncertainty creeping in like a thief in the night. "Maybe if we stand our ground, we can force the fates to see us." I could feel the air crackling around us, an invisible line drawn in the sand, fate and free will colliding in a beautiful, agonizing dance. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder that we were alive, that our choices mattered, at least for now. The fates lurked in the shadows, their influence palpable, but our defiance shone like a beacon amidst the darkness. And just as the tension reached its apex, the clock struck midnight, the sound reverberating through the hall, a call to arms, a summons to confront the inescapable truth that we were all entwined in the web of fate, whether we liked it or not. With every heartbeat, every breath, we stood on the precipice of destiny, the weight of our choices heavy in the air, an electric storm brewing, ready to unleash a tempest that could forever alter the course of our lives. We were mere mortals, caught in the swirling tides of fate's design, yet somehow, amidst the chaos, we clung to the fragile hope that we could still fight for our place in the world. And so we stood, poised on the edge of the abyss, as the shadows gathered, the clock ticking relentlessly onward, a terrifying reminder that fate awaited us, cloaked in the whispers of the fates, ever watchful, ever hungry. The sky bled crimson as the sun succumbed to the horizon, a dying ember cloaked in whispers of shadow. I stood in the hollowed ground of an ancient temple, my heart a wild drum echoing in the silence of a forgotten world. The air hung thick with the scent of earth and memory, a lingering perfume of sacrifice. Something primal stirred within me, a voice that begged for recognition, for understanding. Something was coming, a rupture in the fabric of fate, a breath held too long. And then, the trembling began. It shook the very stones beneath my feet, a shudder that rippled through the marrow of the temple like a warning. I glanced to my left, where Mara stood, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light of a single candle. She was my anchor, yet her spirit danced on the edge of despair, caught between love and duty. 1,000 emotions flickered across her face, a kaleidoscope of longing and fear. Each heartbeat was a reminder of what she was about to lose, and what she might become. "Do you think this is right?" Her voice was barely a whisper, a frail thread in this cacophony of uncertainty. The weight of her question hung heavy, demanding an answer that felt impossibly far away. I could see it in her eyes, the struggle, the wrestling with her own conviction. I wanted to tell her that choices were often shrouded in shadows, that love was not merely a destination but a road riddled with potholes and cliffs. But the words clung to my throat, a bitter pill I could not swallow. Across the crumbling altar, Caleb stood, a tempest of rage and sorrow. His fists were clenched, veins bulging like ropes under the pallor of his skin. He was fighting against the tide, battling the inevitability of a fate that felt both foreign and familiar. Love had twisted into something grotesque, a monstrous shadow that flickered just beyond the reach of his heart. I remember the laughter we shared, the dreams spun like gossamer threads. Now, those dreams felt like shards of glass, each one cutting deeper as he grappled with the choice that loomed over us all. Enough! His voice boomed through the silence, a thunderous echo that shattered the tension. We can't just stand here, waiting for something to happen. We need to make a choice. The fire in his eyes was palpable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. I could feel the storm within myself too, the tempest of doubt and hope colliding like titans in the night sky. The air crackled, charged with the weight of unspoken words. I could see Mara's resolve wavering like candlelight in a gust of wind. The shadows danced around us, teasing the edges of our fears. There were so many comparisons to be drawn here, between our intertwined lives and the divine marriages of ancient lore, each one a tragic testament to the complexities of love and sacrifice. We were not gods, but mere mortals, grappling with the same burdens, the same heartaches. I remember when we thought we could outrun the darkness, I murmured, feeling the weight of nostalgia press upon my chest. When we believed love could conquer all. But love was a fickle mistress, a flame that could either warm or consume. Mara's hand trembled as it reached towards me, a silent plea for reassurance. I took it, feeling the pulse of her uncertainty. What if we are meant to be together, but the universe has other plans? Her voice cracked, and I could hear the echo of lost dreams resonating in the hollow space between us. The cosmic irony was palpable, at once beautiful and tragic, like a symphony played in a minor key. Caleb's face twisted with anger, frustration spilling over into the air like poison. You think this is about fate? This is about choices. We have to fight for what we want. His breath came in ragged gasps, each word a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. The intensity of his emotions created an electric current, crackling through the temple like an unquenchable fire. I was caught between them, a living embodiment of their conflict. A line drawn in the sand, and I stood on it, wavering. But at what cost? I shouted, and the sound of my voice ricocheted through the ancient stones. What if fighting tears us apart? What if love isn't enough? Mara's eyes filled with tears, reflecting the dying light of the day. Then let us find a way, she urged, her voice a plea that trembled on the edge of hope. Let's break free from the shadows of the past. But how? How could we possibly forge a path through the thickets of our own insecurities? The weight of our history pressed down, suffocating, like the air before a storm. I could sense the inevitability of the confrontation looming, an emotional climax that felt both thrilling and terrifying. The ticking clock of fate echoed in my ears, a reminder that time was slipping away, each second more precious than the last. The shadows in the temple deepened, breathing with a life of their own, as if they were witnesses to the turmoil within us. They whispered secrets, hints of forgotten histories and lost loves that echoed through the ages. The divine marriages of gods and mortals danced in my mind, a tapestry woven with threads of joy and heartache, each story a reflection of our own struggles. Caleb took a step forward, the air around him crackling with intensity. We have to choose, he urged, desperation threading through his words. We can't let this be the end. And in that moment, I understood. Every divine marriage had its trials, its moments of heart-wrenching sacrifice and unyielding love. We were not alone, we were part of a greater narrative, threads in a cosmic tapestry that stretched far beyond our fragile existence. But the question lingered in the air, a specter haunting our hearts. Would we find the strength to confront our fears, to embrace the chaos of love? The temple resonated with our collective heartbeat, an echo of our doubts and dreams. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging us into darkness, I felt the pulse of possibility, a flicker of hope amidst the overwhelming shadows. This was just the beginning. The night was alive with unspoken fears, the air crackling like the moment before a storm. Shadows danced on the walls of the ancient cave, flickering light from torches casting grotesque silhouettes that twisted like the unresolved tension in her heart. In that cavern, where the echoes of laughter once lingered like sweet wine, a new sound now reverberated, the sharp, panicked breaths of Semele. She stumbled deeper into the darkness, each step a struggle between desperate hope and paralyzing dread. "I remember the stars," she gasped, clutching her belly, the life within her kicking against her ribs like a creature eager to be born into chaos. "I remember their laughter, they sung of joy and freedom. But now, they mock me." The shadows whispered back, a chorus of uncertainty. In the distance, Zeus loomed. God of thunder, a titan forged from celestial fire, yet here he was, reduced to a man caught in the throes of a cosmic mistake. His brow furrowed, anguish etched deep into the lines of his face. "Semele," he called, his voice a raw tremor, shaking the very foundations of their world. "Stay away from the flame." But how could she? The flame was her life, their life, an ember that sparked both dread and desire. Her heart raced, a riot of fear and longing. "You think you can control what you've created," she shouted back, defiance lighting her otherwise haunted gaze. "You are guilty of igniting it. Do not forsake me now." As if the universe itself agreed, a thunderclap split the air, forcing Semele against the stony wall. She pressed her palms against the cool rock, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her fingertips, the heartbeat of ancient gods and the weight of their legacies. Her breath came in gasps, each inhalation a reminder of the war raging within her, the battle of love and despair, of divinity and mortality. Across the cave, Pan watched. He was a quiet observer, half man, half goat, a trickster of the woods, skin mottled like the forest floor. He felt the tension, the shifting energies. "This will end poorly," he muttered, a hint of mischief in his voice. "But what a show it'll be." His words hung between them, a thin line of fate twisting into something more sinister. He had seen the consequences of love intertwined with ambition, the tragic ballet of gods playing with the hearts of mortals. And yet, he couldn't look away, drawn to the impending chaos like a moth to a flame. "Love is a beast we cannot tame," he whispered, almost to himself, but loud enough for the world to hear. "Leave!" Semele's voice broke through. "This is not your fight." But it was, wasn't it? Every creature born of desire, every soul entangled in the lives of gods shared in this agony. In her heart, there was a flicker of anger, a tempest that threatened to swallow her whole. Zeus stepped closer, his own heart racing, caught between the love he felt for her and the terror of what he had unleashed. "I have given you everything," he said, desperation lacing his words as if they could weave a safety net around them. "Your life was meant to be filled with joy, not this madness." "Madness?" Semele laughed, a sharp, broken sound that echoed through the cave. "You think this is madness? This is truth. I am here, and you are here, and yet we stand on the edge of a chasm. You are a god, and I am but a shadow of what I could have been." A glimmer of realization flickered in Zeus's eyes. He had never understood the weight of his choices until this moment, the weight of her sacrifices. Each child he fathered, each mortal he touched, did they all tremble under the burden of their existence? "Dionyse," he whispered, the name a prayer and a curse all at once. "What have we done?" There was a tremor in the air, a shift in the divine dynamics that stretched beyond their understanding. The cave felt alive, a witness to the birth of something new and terrible. Each heartbeat resonated like a drum, echoing the promise of turmoil and ecstasy. The walls of the cave began to pulse, shadows twisting into shapes that writhed and contorted, an eerie omen of the storm brewing outside. Time felt slippery, a ghost slipping through their fingers. Memories of laughter and revelry danced in Semele's mind, visions of joyous feasts, of vines heavy with grapes, of bodies entwined in celebration. "I remember," she murmured, a soft plea against the chaos. "I remember the taste of wine, the warmth of laughter. I remember when the night was filled with dreams, not nightmares. But dreams, like the flickering torchlight, could be easily snuffed out." In that moment, she felt the true weight of her choices, a burden that settled over her like a shroud. And now, it all leads to this. The world outside roared, a tempest unleashed as the heavens cracked open. The air was charged, heavy with the scent of impending rain and the electric thrill of what was to come. The ground trembled underfoot, a reminder that creation and destruction often dance too close. Suddenly, a cry echoed through the cave, raw, primal, a sound that transcended time and space. It was the sound of a soul entering existence, the birth of Dionysus. The air thickened, an intoxicating blend of fear and joy, a taste of madness just waiting to seep into the world. And as the darkness deepened, as the shadows clung tighter to every secret, Semele felt the pull of destiny. Zeus, she cried, and in that moment, it didn't matter who was divine or mortal. Their lives were woven together, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and the unyielding truth that something would change forever. The birth of Dionysus was not just an event, it was a seismic shift. The gods would never be the same, nor would the mortals who dared to love them. The chasm widened, and she stood on the precipice, heart pounding, breath hitching, waiting for the inevitable plunge into the abyss. In that moment, the world held its breath. Time coiled, ready to snap, and the shadows slipped closer, whispering secrets that only the night could hold. And within that darkness, the birth of Dionysus crackled with raw potential, an invitation to madness, to joy, to a new understanding of what it meant to be both god and human. The stage was set, the players were ready. And the echo of destiny was ready to unfold. Dark clouds churned above, an ominous shroud that threatened to swallow the world whole. Thunder rumbled, reverberating through the hollow chambers of the heart, echoing like the weary footsteps of fate. Beneath this turmoil, a figure stood alone on the precipice of despair, Hera, the queen of the gods, her chest rising and falling like the breath of a storm. She felt the weight of their stories on her shoulders, tales woven with both love and betrayal, echoing through the corridors of Olympus. "I remember," she whispered, her voice a tremor against the howling wind. "I remember every hero I've nurtured, every child of mine who bore the burden of greatness." Each word was a shard of glass, cutting deeper into her own anguish. Across the land, an echo of her sorrow danced through the air. A hero, Jason, stood at the edge of a cliff, his heart pounding like a relentless drum. He gripped the hilt of his sword, its weight a constant reminder of the quest that bound him. He was supposed to lead the Argonauts, to seize the Golden Fleece, but the fear of failure gnawed at him, a pit of despair deep within. Will they remember me? The question clawed at him like a ravenous beast, hungry for assurance. Behind him loomed Medea, her presence a turbulent storm of emotion. She was fiery and fierce, driven by both passion and the icy grip of betrayal. Her love for Jason burned bright, yet each day felt like a countdown to destruction. The shadows of her past whispered secrets in the lonely hours of night, urging her towards a fate she could neither escape nor embrace. With every flicker of her heart, she felt the weight of Hera's wrath, a force as relentless as the tide. Hera will never forgive betrayal, she thought, choking on the bitterness of her choices. As the winds howled, Hera's heart ached. "I am the eternal witness," she lamented, alone in her palace while others wrote their own destinies. Her eyes flickered with the dying embers of a love long lost, a love she had once bestowed upon the mortals, a love now twisted into vengeance. She had supported them, offered guidance, but they were never meant to know the depths of her pain. "I remember the moment I bestowed strength on Hercules," she murmured, recalling the joy of creation, the pride of a mother. But with that joy came the haunting realization that her own heart would forever be entangled in the tragedies of these heroes. "I remember the love, the beautiful, chaotic love, then the heartbreak when it turned to ash." Jason, gazing into the abyss, felt a tremor of realization. It was not merely the fleece that awaited him, it was Hera's judgment, a tempest that loomed over him, a spectre that both loomed and lurked. He thought of the sacrifices, the bloodshed, the promises made under the stars that now seemed so distant. What if I fail? Panic bubbled within him, a torrent that surged forth, threatening to consume him. What if I lead my crew into darkness, leaving only echoes of their dreams behind? Medea stepped forward, her voice a fierce whisper. "We cannot turn back, Jason. We have a destiny to fulfill," she urged, but her heart mirrored his fears. The very essence of her being was tied to his success, a binding contract written in blood and fire. But do you feel it? She pressed, her eyes searching his. The weight of Hera's gaze? The quiet judgment of the gods. Their shared uncertainty crackled in the air, a mixture of longing and dread that mirrored the storm above. Hera watched, felt the pulse of their hearts, their fears entwined like vines. She wanted to reach out, to guide them, to shower them with the blessings she had once lavished upon heroes. But darkness loomed, and within it, the echoes of betrayal bubbled like poison. I remember, she sighed, as if breathing life into old wounds. I remember how love can harden into a weapon, how devotion can twist into a noose. The agony of lost connections wrapped around her like a shroud, each hero a ghost in her memory. She had woven their fates, yet they danced to a tune she could no longer orchestrate. With each heartbeat, the storm intensified above, mirroring the turmoil below. Jason felt the air crackle with energy, the ground tremble beneath his feet. The weight of the past pressed against him, a reminder of the choices that bound him to Hera's hand. I need to prove myself, not just to them, but to her, he murmured, determination igniting in his chest. Media placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him amidst the chaos. Then we fight together, she whispered, but her voice trembled with uncertainty. They were both entwined in a saga of divine wrath and mortal folly, each tethered to the other by a thread of fate that threatened to snap at any moment. As thunder echoed through the night, Hera closed her eyes, letting the storm wash over her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the rain. I have loved, I have lost, and yet, she breathed heavily. I cannot turn away. The winds howled, a mournful cry that reverberated through the hearts of heroes and gods alike. Each breath felt like a prayer, a plea for understanding amidst the chaos of their intertwined destinies. The moment hung heavy in the air, and the weight of unfulfilled dreams and shattered hopes pulsed like a living thing. As the first flashes of lightning lit the sky, illuminating the faces of Jason and Media, a choice loomed before them, a choice that would echo through time, weaving their fates into the fabric of the universe. The storm raged on, and with it came a promise, a fleeting glimmer of hope cloaked in uncertainty. I will not be alone, Jason vowed, his voice rising above the cacophony. We will face her together. But as the darkness swirled, Hera's heart trembled, torn between the desire to protect and the burden of revenge. You are mine, she whispered into the night, her words a tempest of love and loathing. And I will shape your fates, whether you wish it or not. In that moment, the line blurred, between love and hate, between support and opposition, until all that remained was the raw, throbbing pulse of a story yet to unfold, a saga that would stretch endlessly across the stars, forever entwined with the souls of those who dared to dream. The storm raged, the sky a canvas of chaotic grey. Thunder cracked like a whip, and the ground trembled beneath my feet. I stood there, heart pounding, breath catching, waiting. A shadow flickered in the distance, a silhouette against the tempest, and for a moment, I felt as if the world had drawn a breath, pregnant with anticipation. Then it came, the sound of her voice, sharp and desperate, slicing through the howling wind. How can you betray me like this? In the heart of Olympus, where the air was thick with celestial power and unyielding pride, Hera stood, eyes ablaze with fury, her very essence shimmering like a wildfire. Beside her, Zeus, king of the gods, master of thunder, trembled not from the storm, but from the weight of his own shame. He had faltered, had strayed into forbidden embraces, carnal pleasures that would burn a mortal alive but merely ruffled the feathers of an immortal. And as I watched, I felt the raw, electric tension coil tighter and tighter, suffocating. I did it for us. His voice, usually a roiling storm, was now a whisper, cracking under the strain of truth. The mortals needed me, they needed. Hera spat the word, venomous, laced with betrayal. You needed to plant your seed wherever you could, didn't you, Zeus? Tell me, does each conquest fill the emptiness inside you? Each accusation was a dagger, each word severing ties and binding us in a grotesque dance of love and hate. I felt it all, the anguish, the despair, the sense of being trapped within a gilded cage. The gods were not immune to the trials of marriage, they bore wounds as deep as any mortal. Hera's breath hitched, the air thick with unspoken memories of laughter once shared, dreams once entwined. I remember the night we wed. Your promises were carved in starlight. I remember, her voice cracked, trembling on the edge of a chasm. All those promises, now washed away in your selfishness. And there it was, the cold grip of regret clenching around my heart. I had loved ones, believed in the sanctity of bonds, and yet here I stood, watching as the very fabric of eternity began to unravel. Zeus stepped closer, each movement weighed with desperation. Do you think I wanted this? I was trying to protect you. To protect us. He reached for her, fingers trembling, attempting to bridge the chasm of betrayal. But Hera flinched, recoiling from the touch that once ignited the fire within her. The storm above mirrored the tempest of her heart, violence and turmoil swirling within. You think I need protection from the world, or from you? The words dripped like poison. You are the storm, Zeus. You're the one who brings chaos. And in that moment, I recalled the whispers of the heavens, their laughter when Zeus ascended to the throne, the way they spoke of love as if it were a game, a challenge, a divine trial. But love is not a game, it is a battlefield strewn with memories and promises. I knew that now. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated Hera's face, a portrait of fury, heartbreak, and vulnerability. I could see it all beneath the goddess' fierce exterior, the woman who had sacrificed her own desires in the name of love, who had stood beside a man who was both her greatest joy and her deepest sorrow. I remember, she whispered, softer now, raw with emotion. I remember the day you first held me, how you promised the universe would bow at our feet. Each word dripped with nostalgia, each syllable a reminder of the innocence lost. And now, look at us, two gods, two lovers, torn apart by the very fate we tried to defy. The sound of thunder boomed overhead, echoing the turmoil within. I felt the weight of their legacy, their power and their pain, as the world around us seemed to hold its breath. Time stretched, warping like a reflection in a shattered mirror. Zeus, with his voice now a tremor, begged, Hera, please. Forgive me. I need you. We are stronger together. Without you, he faltered, looking around, and I sensed the fear gnawing at his chest. What will become of us? What will happen to Olympus? His words hung in the air like smoke in a darkened room, and the truth shimmered just beyond our grasp. Love is a tempest, a storm that can shelter or drown. But Hera was unyielding, a force of nature. You think I can forget? You think I can forgive? The air crackled with her fury as she turned, casting shadows that danced around her. I am not just your wife, Zeus. I am a goddess, and I deserve more than your empty promises. A silence fell, heavy as the storm clouds, and in that moment, I felt their pain seep into my bones. Their love was not a fairy tale, it was a relentless trial, a constant battle waged between fire and ice, desire and betrayal. I watched as the two of them stood, hearts laid bare, souls exposed, grappling with a love that burned hot enough to consume them both. The storm raged on, a reflection of the tumult within. It was clear, this was just the beginning. The trials of marriage were relentless, and they would be tested time and time again. As the thunder rolled and the lightning struck, I realized this moment would echo through the ages. The gods might reign supreme, but they were not invincible, they were achingly, beautifully flawed. And as they stood on the precipice, their hearts suspended in a fragile balance, I knew they must confront their demons, not just for themselves, but for the legacy of love that hung in the balance like a thread woven in the fabric of the universe. In that charged silence, something shifted, an understanding, a promise unspoken. This was only the beginning of a trial that would shake the heavens and challenge the very nature of love itself. And I was helplessly drawn into it, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, witnessing a truth far more profound than I had ever known. The night fell heavy, a suffocating blanket wrapped around the ancient temple of Hera, where shadows contorted and danced like tortured souls. A peacock shrieked, a sound so harsh and piercing it could shatter glass, echoing through the stillness. That haunting call stirred something primal in me, something buried beneath layers of fear and longing. It was a warning, a siren song that plunged into the depths of my heart, making every nerve stand on edge. I remember, I whispered, when I was free. But freedom is an illusion, isn't it? Like the iridescent feathers of the peacock, beautiful, mesmerizing, and utterly deceptive. Here in this temple, the air thick with the scent of incense and betrayal, I was anything but free. I felt it then, the weight of my sister, Alazia, trembling beside me, her breath quickening as if the very walls were closing in. She was terrified, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight, a mirror of my own inner turmoil. What if it finds us, she stammered, panic threading through her voice like a dark storm cloud. And in that moment, the peacock, Hera's sacred bird, seemed to shift in the shadows, every feather a harbinger of secrets. I knew, deep down, that it wasn't just a bird. It was a harbinger of our fate. The stories whispered in the moonlight spoke of darkness, of the goddess's wrath, and we were mere mortals caught in the crossfire, pawns on a chessboard we did not understand. It's not just a bird, I murmured. It's power. It's judgment. Do you think she will forgive us? Alazia's voice quivered, cutting through the silence, a fragile thread of hope that felt more like despair. Forgiveness? The word hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, that we could escape this nightmarish labyrinth of expectations and divine scrutiny. I wanted to lift her spirit, to cradle her fear in my hands and squeeze until it burst. But the truth was darker. I had seen the peacock's eyes, glowing like molten gold, filled with an intensity that could ignite worlds. It was watching us. Forgiveness is a luxury we cannot afford, I whispered, the chill of my own words wrapping around us like a noose. As if to punctuate my despair, the bird let out another cry, a spine-chilling proclamation that echoed against the marble pillars. Alazia flinched, and the world fractured around us. Memories flooded my mind, unbidden, our childhood laughter echoing against these very stones, the warmth of the sun that now felt like a distant ghost. I remember the summer days filled with mischief, the way we chased each other, bare feet dancing over the soft earth. We were so naive, I thought bitterly. So foolishly innocent. But innocence was a relic of the past, stripped away by the relentless passage of time. I remember, I began, but the words caught in my throat like shards of glass. The peacock strutted closer, its plumage glimmering in the flickering light, a kaleidoscope of colors that whispered promises of beauty and devastation. I felt Alazia's hand squeeze mine, her pulse quickening, a frantic heartbeat that matched the rising tension of this moment. The air crackled with unspoken words, layered with dread. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice barely a thread, trembling with the weight of unshed tears. "Whatever we must," I replied, my own heart thundering against my ribs. And then I saw him, Cyrus, a figure shrouded in shadows, emerging like a spectre from the depths. His expression was one of tortured resolve, his own demons wrestling beneath the surface. "You shouldn't be here," he hissed, urgency lacing his tone. "It's too late." "Too late for what?" I shot back, every word a quiver of defiance. "To face our fate? To confront the darkness." The peacock flared its wings, feathers trembling with a life of their own, and for a moment, time hung suspended like a dropped feather, a moment stretched into infinity. The fear in Alazia's eyes mirrored my own as Cyrus stepped forward, a desperate urgency in his voice. "You don't understand. The goddess is not to be trifled with. She will destroy us. She will destroy us." I interrupted, my voice harsh as a blade. "Or is it our fear that destroys us? Our unwillingness to challenge the divine?" In that instant, I felt the weight of my own inadequacies, the fear that had haunted me, clawing at my insides. I was terrified, yes, but beneath that terror surged a lingering anger, anger at the gods, at the whims of fate, at the shackles that bound us. The peacock watched us, inscrutable, each eye glinting with the weight of judgment. I remember, I began again, but the words spiraled away, lost in the air heavy with unformed confessions. Alazia's gaze darted between us, her heart caught in a tempest of loyalty and fear. "What if we stand our ground?" she asked softly, the spark of rebellion igniting in her eyes. "What if we confront her? What if, no?" Cyrus cut in, a desperate plea. "You can't. If you do, you'll die." I finished, my voice raw and edged. "We're already dead, Cyrus. Living in fear is not living at all. The peacock let out another haunting call, a sound that reverberated through the sacred space, shaking the very foundations of our resolve. I felt it, the weight of something monumental looming on the horizon, an inevitable clash between mortal will and divine decree. I stepped forward, the air thick with electricity, and I could almost sense Hera's presence, a looming figure beyond the veil of shadows, waiting, watching, judging. "We are not your pawns!" I cried out, the words spilling from my lips like a flood. "We will not bow before you. We will not be silenced." In that moment, I felt it, the scalding rush of defiance coursing through me, igniting every fiber of my being. Alizia's hand tightened in mine, and I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a spark that could either set us ablaze or lead us to ruin. The peacock's cry echoed once more, a chilling reminder that the night was far from over, and the confrontation we sought loomed on the edge of eternity. We were standing on a precipice, and the abyss called to us, promising both destruction and liberation. And as the shadows danced around us, I realized we were no longer just mortals, we were rebels, standing against the tide of inevitability, ready to face whatever darkness awaited us. The air crackled like a live wire, thick with the scent of incense and the unmistakable undertone of something ancient, something that felt alive. I could almost hear the whisper of the goddess Hera herself, echoing through the throng of bodies, a haunting call that pulled us in. The festival of Hera was upon us, a celebration of marriage and fertility, and yet, beneath the surface, a tremor of fear rippled through the people, as palpable as the incense smoke curling toward the stars. I remember the moment Sarah stood before me, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight. Panic clung to her like a second skin, and in that brief instant, time stretched and twisted. "We can't go through with this," she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves of the olive trees that surrounded us. "I can't marry him." Her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides, a silent pleas for help echoing in her every movement. I wanted to reach out, to reassure her, but my own heart felt like a stone lodged in my throat. "Why not?" I pressed, desperate. The laughter and music of the festival pulsed around us, a joyous symphony drowning out the drumbeat of our fears. "What's stopping you?" But the moment hung heavy, fraught with unspoken truths. She turned her head, gaze drifting toward the altar where men in white robes shouted blessings into the night, their voices melding with the fire's crackle. It was a cacophony of joy and anticipation, yet Sarah's face reflected turmoil, a storm brewing in her soul. And then there was Lucas, a man torn between duty and desire, watching the unfolding drama with a brooding intensity. I could feel the weight of his gaze, heavy as stone, as if he were caught in a net of his own making. He was supposed to be the protector, the one to shield Sarah, but all he did was stand there, a ghost in the shadows, haunted by choices he could not make. "I remember when we were kids," I whispered, trying to pull Sarah back from the precipice. "We used to dream about the future, about love." But inside, I felt the cracks spreading, memories festering like old wounds. Dreams that once sparkled like stars now felt as distant as the cold moon. As the festival swirled around us, the laughter of the revelers felt like a taunt, each note a reminder of what we were losing. I looked at Lucas, desperation tightening my chest. "You can't let her marry him," I urged, my voice thick with unspent emotion. "You know this is wrong." But he only shook his head, a tragic resignation etched into his features. "It's her choice. I can't save her from herself." His words sliced through me, leaving a jagged ache, the realization that perhaps he had already lost her to the traditions that bound her. The shadows danced at our feet, flickering with the flames of the torches, weaving between the laughter and the prayers. I could see couples swaying, lost in moments of bliss, but all I felt was a creeping dread, thick and suffocating. What did these festivals mean if not an unholy celebration of conformity, where love was a transaction, and freedom was a fleeting shadow? A shiver raced down my spine, a whisper of the ominous. "I can't breathe," Sarah gasped, her hands pressed against her chest as if to quell the storm raging inside. "If I go through with this, I'll lose everything." Her voice was barely a murmur, but in that moment, I understood the weight of her words. The chains of expectations were tightening, threatening to suffocate her spirit. And then, the drums began to beat, a heartbeat of the festival, a pulse that throbbed through the ground and into our bones. It was a call to arms, a rallying cry for marriages sealed under Hera's watchful gaze. The crowd surged forward, a wave of bodies, laughter, and song crashing against our fragile resolve. "Sarah!" I shouted, reaching for her, but the tide of humanity pulled her away. I could see her features twisting in panic, and in that split second, I felt the fracture of destiny, a choice being made, a life being shaped by the hands of tradition. But Lucas stepped forward, his voice raw with urgency. "No. If you do this, it's the end of you." The words hung in the air, thick and charged. For a moment, time slowed. The revelers stilled, all eyes on him, the weight of his confession crashing over us like a tidal wave. Sarah's breath hitched, and for a heartbeat, the world fell away. She was suspended in that moment, teetering on the edge of despair and hope, light and darkness. I could sense the shift, the delicate balance of her choice teetering like a fragile glass sculpture ready to shatter. But the drums were relentless, the music surged again, pushing against the walls of our own fears. "I can't run," she whispered, chains already coiling around her heart. "The festival calls." And in that instant, I understood the true horror of it all. The festivals of Hera were not only celebrations, they were bindings, pulling us into a dance of fate, where freedom was a fading echo. I wanted to scream, to tear down the veil of ceremony and reveal the raw nerve of truth hidden beneath the festivities. The sky darkened, the moon watching us with a cold, indifferent eye as I felt the encroaching shadow of the festival extend over us. The laughter turned sharper, the music more discordant, and I knew we stood at a crossroads, the air thick with the scent of incense that now tasted bitter on my tongue. Lucas stepped closer, and I could see the fire in his eyes, a desperate longing to break free. "Fight for her," I urged, my voice barely a whisper against the chaos. "Fight for her before it's too late." But the festival surged on, a tide that swept us into its depths, swirling around our hearts as the very fabric of tradition held us captive. The clash of voices, the shadows that danced, each a reminder that we may be lost in the night, but love, with all its chaos, would fight to find its way back to the light. And as the festival spiraled deeper into its fervor, I felt the pull of the past and the weight of the future hanging in the air, a haunting reminder that the choices we made tonight could echo through the ages. Time ticked on, relentless as the stars above, watching, waiting, as we danced on the precipice of destiny. The thunder cracked, slicing through the heavy silence like a knife. I remember the tremor in the earth beneath my feet, the electric charge in the air. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for a storm that had been brewing for centuries, a storm born from the tumultuous union of Zeus and Hera. Their legacy hung thick and heavy, like the foreboding clouds that darkened the sky above us. I stood in the eye of that storm, heart racing, caught between the weight of their choices and the shadows of our fates. "Are you ready?" A whisper, a plea. It was Callista, her eyes wide, glistening like starry skies, frightened and hopeful. The air was thick with unspoken fears, and I could almost taste the tension, sharp like lightning in my throat. The chaos of our forebears enveloped us, wrapping around our hearts, binding us with threads of betrayal and love. She was my sister, but more than that, she was the embodiment of our family's legacy, a legacy wrought in passion and pain. "Ready?" I laughed, a bitter sound that echoed against the temple walls. "What a joke! Are we ever truly ready for the weight of gods?" I was a warrior, a reluctant one, and yet here I was, facing not just the storm outside but the tempest within. My heart was a battlefield, every beat ricocheted off walls of memory, betrayal, heartbreak, fear. I remember the stories our mother used to tell us, sitting beside the flickering fire. Legends of grandeur, of mighty Zeus hurling thunderbolts, of Hera's jealousy igniting wars. They bathed once a year, I had teased, allowing the warmth of humor to cushion the bleakness. So yeah, romance was earthy. But beneath the laughter was a chill, a recognition of our bloodline's dark corners, the shadows that followed us like ghosts in the night. "Do you think it will be like them?" Callista's voice trembled. She was clutching a dagger, the steel reflecting the dim light, but I could see her hand shake. "What if we're just as flawed?" I wanted to reach out, to tell her that we were more than mere echoes of our parents, but the words stuck in my throat, heavy with truth. The very essence of Zeus and Hera coursed through our veins, a cocktail of divinity and destruction, a curse masquerading as a blessing. As we stepped into the temple, the air turned electric, anticipation crackling like the storm outside. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering flames casting twisted silhouettes that felt alive. I could feel it then, the weight of history pressing down on us, an inheritance of anguish. The silence was deafening, reverberating through my bones. I shivered, a chill that felt like the touch of 1,000 spirits, specters of those who had come before us. I remember the moment our eyes locked on the altar, a weathered stone draped in offerings, remnants of forgotten prayers. There, among the remnants, lay a symbol, a golden laurel wreath, once worn by Hera herself. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. "Callista, this is sacred," she whispered, her breath catching. But the word tasted bitter, laced with the knowledge of betrayal. Did she not see the irony? The laurel, once a symbol of victory, now felt like a noose, binding us to the past. I could feel ancient eyes watching us, judging, waiting for us to make our move. "Do you think they regret it?" I asked, the question slipping from my lips like a prayer. "Do you think they ever look down and wish they had chosen differently?" Regret? Callista's voice trembled with uncertainty. Or perhaps they revel in their chaos, in the storms they created. I remembered then a time when I had first felt the weight of that chaos, the night our father's thunderous laughter echoed through the halls, the night our mother's tears fell like rain. Love intertwined with rage, their legacy was a tapestry of agony, woven into every fiber of our being. The storm outside raged, thunder rolling like drums of war, echoing my heartbeat. With each thud against the earth, I felt the past surge forward, shadowy figures rising from the depths of my mind. I could see them, Zeus, regal and wrathful, standing against the heavens, Hera, fierce and beautiful, her eyes blazing with jealousy and power. And then, beneath them, their descendants, just as flawed, just as human. Are we doomed? I barely recognized my own voice, choked with despair. Will we ever break free of this cycle? Callista turned to me, her eyes fierce, reflecting a flicker of the defiance I had seen in our mother. We have to try. We have to be more than them. More than gods. I laughed hollowly, the sound echoing off the stone walls, twisting into something bitter. We're bound to the skies. Their legacy isn't just ours, it's a curse suffocating us. The thunder rumbled in agreement, a dark symphony of fate. I felt the air grow thick again, oppressive, wrapping around us like coils of a serpent. Perhaps that was what we were, destined to repeat the mistakes of our parents, ensnared in a cycle we could not escape. Suddenly, the earth trembled beneath our feet, shaking loose fragments of the temple. I could feel it, a heartbeat, rapid and unrelenting, pounding through the stone and into my very soul. "Callista!" I shouted, grabbing her hand, the warmth of her skin a fleeting comfort against the chill. We have to make our choice now. The storm swelled outside, a tempest of fury and divinity, threatening to drown us in a deluge of forgotten sins. The weight of our lineage pressed down, a reminder of the choices that had led us here. In this moment, we stood at the precipice, gazing into the swirling chaos of our heritage, a legacy heavy with the blood of gods and mortals alike. I could see the shadows of our past, a flicker of them lurking just beyond the edges of my vision, daring us to confront them. The air crackled with energy, charged with the reminder that we were not merely reflections, we were the culmination of all that had come before. Together. Callista's voice was a fragile thread, but it resonated with determination. Always, I breathed, a vow heavy with unspoken fears and promises. And in that moment, with the storm raging outside and our hearts pounding in sync, we stepped forward, ready to confront the legacy of Zeus and Hera, not as mere children of gods, but as warriors of our fate, determined to redefine what it meant to be bound by blood. The air crackled with tension, a silent scream hanging in the darkened temple as the last flicker of candlelight fought against the tightening shadows. I stood at the altar, a mere mortal with trembling hands, heart racing, pulse drumming an ancient rhythm against my chest. This was not a game. The gods were watching, their ethereal eyes boring into me, their whispers weaving through the air like ghostly fingers, beckoning, threatening. My breath hitched. Do they feel fear, too? I wondered, the question echoing in the cavernous space, swallowed by the stone walls that had witnessed centuries of devotion and despair. Ilin knelt beside me, her face pale as moonlight, eyes glinting with unshed tears. She clutched a tattered amulet, its surface worn smooth by generations of hands seeking solace in its promise, a promise that felt like a cruel joke now. "What if they don't hear us?" she whispered, voice trembling like the flame of the candle that barely clung to life. "What if our worship is just noise?" My heart sank. I remembered her laughter, the way it danced through the empty streets of our village, a melody that chased away the shadows. But now, all that remained was a haunting silence, a chasm between us and the divine, stretching impossibly wide. The echoes of our ancestors lingered in the air, their silent prayers a reminder of our insignificance. Mortals, mere flickers of light before the boundless dark. And there was Rael, pacing in the background, a wild energy radiating from him as if he were trying to outrun fate itself. His hands clenched and unclenched, a beast caged by his own doubts. "This is madness," he shouted, his voice piercing the stillness. "We've sacrificed too much. For what? A flicker of hope? A prayer? We might as well be howling at the stars." His anger was raw, a thunderstorm boiling beneath the surface. I could see it in the way his jaw tightened, the way his fists trembled with a rage that wasn't just directed at us but at the very cosmos that had spun us into existence. He was right. We were fighting against an unseen force, a tide that threatened to drown us all, and yet we stood here, desperate for a sign that we mattered, that our cries were not swallowed by the void. But the gods remained silent, their indifference a heavy cloak draped over our shoulders, suffocating and unbearable. I felt the weight of it, the bitterness of worship that had turned to ash in our mouths. Ilin's left hand grazed mine, a spark igniting between us, grounding me in a moment that felt both infinitely vast and painfully intimate. "Do you remember the stories?" she asked suddenly, her voice breaking the tension like glass shattering on stone. "The tales of heroes returned from the dead, of godly interventions? I thought we were meant for something greater." I swallowed hard, thought spiraling. I remember the festival of lights, the scent of baked bread and wildflowers, the laughter echoing off the walls. It felt real then. Now it feels like a dream, Rael interjected bitterly. A nightmare where we're left to rot while the gods feast on our despair. But deep within me, a flicker ignited, an ember of rebellion. I remembered the old tales, the ones that whispered of mortals who had dared to challenge the heavens. I thought of the gods, how they fed off our faith, our fears, our blood. What if we could reclaim that? What if we could transform our worship into something fierce, something wild? The thought sent shivers down my spine, thrilling and terrifying in its intensity. "Then we will scream," I declared, voice shaking but resolute. "We'll scream until our throats bleed. We'll worship with fury." Ilin's eyes widened, a spark igniting in the depths of her despair. "But what if they don't listen?" "Then we'll make them listen," Rael said, determination seeping into his voice like dawn breaking over the horizon, illuminating the darkness. I could feel the heartbeat of the temple, the pulse of the gods beneath our feet. It was alive, electric, and in that moment, we became part of something greater than ourselves. Mortals, fragile yet fierce, standing against the weight of the cosmos. With every word we spoke, the shadows writhed, as if the very fabric of the universe was shifting. The weight of ages pressed down upon us, the memories of those who had worshipped before us echoing through the stone, laughter mingling with tears. Sweat dripped down my brow, mingling with the salt of my fears. The air became thick, almost suffocating, filled with the tension of 1,000 prayers bursting forth from our chests. We chanted, a primal rhythm, a hymn of defiance. I could feel it, a surge of power rising from the depths of our being, a call to the gods wrapped in desperation, trembling hope. With each syllable, I could see the shadows retreating, the walls pulsing as if echoing our resolve. "Can you feel it?" I cried, my voice rising above the cacophony of our desperation. "We are not alone. We are the pulse of the earth, the breath of the stars. We are the furious echoes of existence." And in that moment, it felt as if the heavens shuddered, an unseen presence brushing against our skin, cold and electric. The candles flickered wildly, casting grotesque shapes on the walls, shadows that danced and twisted as if in response to our calls. But with this surge came a deeper tension, a hint of something darker lurking just beyond the edges of our perception. The air crackled, and I could feel the weight of eyes watching, weighing our souls, not with love or pity, but with a hunger that sent chills racing down my spine. "Do not anger them," a voice whispered, thin as the air between us, and I turned, but there was nothing, only the shadows that loomed larger, threatening to engulf us. I shivered. Would our desperate cries summon salvation or doom? The gods were fickle, and the line between reverence and rage was perilously thin. I felt the threads of fate intertwining, destiny weaving itself into a tapestry of chaos and creation. In that fraught moment, I realized that our worship was not a plea for help, but a declaration of existence, a fierce reminder that we were here, breathing, fighting against the tide of time and indifference. And as I locked eyes with Ilin and Rael, I understood, we were not just mortals, we were the storm, the flickering candles in a world that wanted to snuff us out. We were the echoes of our ancestors, the embodiment of hope and despair, standing at the brink of something vast and unknowable. The air thickened again, anticipation coiling tighter around us, and the silence deepened, charged with an intensity that promised either revelation or ruin. We were at the precipice of the unknown, trembling on the edge of belief and doubt, ready to challenge the very gods who had spun our fates. And the moment hung suspended, fragile and electric, like a breath held too long in the dark. The city was alive, a heartbeat pulsing under the weight of a midnight sky. Thunder cracked like a whip, the sound tearing through the air, splintering the silence, and the rain fell in sheets, each drop a promise of something raw and desperate. I stood soaked to the bone, gasping, my heart racing as if trying to outrun the storm. Shadows danced on the cobblestones, twisting and contorting like the emotions that roiled inside me. I could feel them, my fears, my regrets, rising like ghosts from the depths of my soul. "Evelyn!" A voice sliced through the chaos, cutting deeper than the cold rain. It was Jonah, his face a mask of panic, eyes wide and searching, reflecting the fractured light of the storm. He was my anchor, my guiding star, yet tonight he felt like a stranger. "Where are you?" His desperation clawed at the edges of my heart, pulling me closer, yet the distance between us felt insurmountable. "I'm here!" I screamed, the sound swallowed by the fury of the storm, yet I knew he would hear me. I remember the way his laughter once filled the spaces between us, the way it wrapped around my heart like a warm embrace. But laughter was a luxury we no longer had. The air thrummed with tension, each drop of rain a reminder of the choices we'd made, the paths we'd taken that led us to this moment. And then I saw her, a flicker in the alleyway, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. It was Ava, Jonah's sister, her presence like a candle flame flickering in the tempest. Her eyes were wild, pupils dilating in that all-consuming fear that stripped away pretense. "You have to come with me," and now, she shouted, urgency lacing her words, a rope thrown to pull me from the abyss. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice trembling, holding onto the remnants of my composure. The memories of laughter echoed in the background, but they were drowning, suffocated by the reality unfolding around us. "They're coming for us. You have to trust me." Panic radiated from her, and I felt it claw up my spine, wrapping its icy fingers around my throat. It wasn't just the storm that threatened to tear us apart, it was the weight of our shared history, the secrets we carried like stones in our pockets. We could no longer pretend that the past didn't shape the present. I remembered the way we'd laughed over cups of coffee, how we'd drawn constellations on the skin of our dreams, but now those stars had flickered out, leaving only a vast, empty void. "Jonah," I turned to him, searching for the strength I once found in those familiar eyes, but he was lost, caught in the storm of his own making. The darkness that encircled him was palpable, a shadow creeping ever closer. I could see it in the way his hands trembled, how he clenched and unclenched them as if trying to rid himself of the guilt that had taken root in his chest. "They're not just shadows," he whispered, and the words hung in the air like a death sentence. "They're real, Evelyn. They know what we did." The truth hung heavy between us, a pendulum swinging into the depths of our shared mistakes. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence with the weight of our confessions, but all that emerged was a shaky breath. Each inhale felt like a betrayal. Memories flooded, uninvited, every moment we'd turned away from the light, every time we'd chosen darkness instead. Evelyn! Ava's voice snapped me back, the urgency sharp and electrifying. We don't have time. You can't let them get to you. I wanted to believe her, to trust the instinct that had once guided me through stormy seas. But fear wrapped around my heart like a vice, squeezing tighter with every thunderous crash. I remembered the silver locket hanging around my neck, a gift from my mother. Inside it was a picture of us three, smiling, carefree, untouched by the shadows that now threatened to consume us. Are you ready? Ava's eyes bore into mine, and I saw the flicker of hope entwined with despair. It was a dangerous mix, a cocktail that could ignite the very fabric of our existence. Ready for what? I blinked away the tears that threatened to spill, the weight of despair pressing down like the rain. To fight. To survive. Her voice was fierce now, igniting a spark in the hollowness where my courage once lived. I had to trust her, had to believe that even in the face of darkness, there was still a flicker of light waiting to break through. But what if that light was nothing more than a mirage? What if the shadows we feared were the ones we conjured ourselves? A crack of lightning illuminated the alleyway, and for just a moment, I saw the path before us, a winding, treacherous route filled with echoes of the past, whispers of choices that could either save or damn us. Jonah, we can't let them take us. I reached for him, my fingers brushing against his, an electric charge igniting the air between us. In that moment, I remembered love, raw and unfiltered, the kind that wrapped around you like a thick fog, impossible to escape. I won't let them, he said, his voice steady, the resolve in his eyes reigniting the hope that flickered in my chest. But then he hesitated, the weight of guilt pulling him back, and I felt the bonds of our past tangling around us like vines. We're still here, together, I whispered, the rain mingling with my tears. We can't let them win. And just like that, the storm roared back to life, the winds howling their fierce approval. We had to move, to fight the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole, but as we stepped into the unknown, I felt the weight of the past clinging to me, a chain that would not break. Together with Jonah and Ava, we would face whatever lingered in the darkness, the ghosts of our choices trailing behind us like a funeral procession. Each step echoed with the heartbeat of our resolve, but the shadows would not easily relent. Time twisted around us, a serpent coiling in the dark, and we were caught in its grip, a dance between light and darkness, love and fear, hope and despair. The storm raged on, but in the eye of it all, I held onto a single truth, the enduring nature of divine relationships, forged in the fire of struggle, could withstand even the fiercest tempest. And as we moved forward, together, I whispered a silent prayer, hoping against hope that our bonds would be enough to guide us through the abyss. Thunder rumbled like a warning, reverberating through the darkened streets of Athens, a city pulsing with the weight of unsaid words and unshed tears. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of rain and betrayal, each drop a whispered promise of heartache. I stood at the threshold of a crumbling marble temple, its once glorious statues now mere shadows of what they had been, and the silence surrounding me was a scream, echoing the turmoil within. I remember the first time I saw Callista. Her laughter danced through the crowded agora, a melody that clashed violently with the anxious murmurs of men scheming their next political maneuvers. Love, I thought, was a sweet curse, and she was the venom that coursed through my veins, igniting a fire that felt both heavenly and hellish. A siren in a world of despair, she drew me closer with every glance, her sapphire eyes filled with promises I didn't dare to believe. But love in Athens was a game of power, and the stakes were life and death. And then there was Lysander, my closest friend turned bitter rival, his heart tainted by ambition. He loved Callista too. Oh, the irony that our shared affection for her would carve a rift so deep it felt like a wound festering in our very souls. I could see the darkness coiling around him like a serpent, tightening its grip with every whispered conspiracy. His love was anguish, a burning desire that seeped into every conversation, every stolen glance. I remember his voice, thick with desperation, as he swore he would win her heart no matter the cost, no matter the blood it would spill. Tonight, the city felt alive with tension, a living beast sensing the impending clash. Meet me at the Temple of Athena, I had demanded, words tumbling out in a breathless rush, half a plea, half a challenge. And here I stood, heart racing, a caged animal poised to pounce, waiting for Lysander to arrive. Each second stretched like the drawn bowstring of an archer, taut with anticipation. The wind picked up, swirling around me, carrying with it the remnants of whispered secrets. It would soon usher in a storm, but the real tempest brewed in my chest, the fear of losing Callista, the dread of losing Lysander. I remembered her touch, so gentle, like the first rays of dawn warming a cold, forgotten world. I remembered her smile, bright as the sun even when the shadows threatened to swallow us whole. But love, I learned, was a double-edged sword, and the moment she laughed, I knew I was caught in a snare of power and pleasure, where one wrong move could send everything spiraling into chaos. The moon hung low, an omen, casting eerie shadows that flickered like memories at the edge of my mind. I could still hear the echoes of our laughter, of shared dreams, but now they felt foreign, tainted by the weight of unspoken rivalry. I felt alive yet hollow, like a vessel filled with shadows. At that moment, I was no longer just a man in love, I was a warrior standing before an altar of broken hearts, ready to fight for what was mine or perish trying. And then he appeared, Lysander, his silhouette framed against the marble columns, a spectre of my past. He moved with a grace that belied the turmoil inside, every step a dance leading to betrayal. I could see it in his eyes, a storm brewing beneath the surface, a tempest ready to unleash itself. "You came," he said, voice steady, but I could sense the cracks, the tremors of fear beneath his bravado. "Of course, I came," I replied, my voice raw as the truth we both feared to confront. "She deserves to know the truth." "What truth?" he shot back, his voice a razor's edge. "That you think love can conquer all? That power is a mere trinket to be tossed aside." I felt the tension crackle between us, every unspoken word igniting the air like lightning. Callista was the prize, yet here we stood, two warriors clad in scars, driven by a love that threatened to morph into a weapon. "This isn't about winning," I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "It's about her." His laughter cut through the night, bitter and sharp. Or your own pride? Power is the only truth that survives in this city. Love is fleeting, a mere distraction. And there it was, the heart of our conflict laid bare in the moonlight, a battle between love and power, a struggle between the heart and the ambition that twisted like ivy around it. I could feel the city holding its breath, every stone, every shadow waiting for our next move. The world around us faded, and it was just us, two men entwined in a storm of emotions, fear, love, heartache, and rage. I remembered Callista's last words to me, "Love is strength, but it can also be a weakness." And in that moment, standing before Lysander, I realized the truth nestled between her words, like the soft weight of a forgotten memory. Love could empower or destroy, and it was a gift and a curse intertwined. The heavens rumbled again, and the first drops of rain fell, tapping against the stones like an ancient rhythm. Time seemed to slip away, each moment stretching, bending, distorting until I couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. I felt it, the heart of Athens beating in time with my own, a city steeped in the duality of love and power. "Let's end this," Lysander said, voice low, a promise wrapped in tension. I nodded, knowing this would not be just a clash of bodies but of hearts, a reckoning of spirits forged in love's fire. The storm gathered overhead, dark clouds swirling, and as we prepared to step into the chaos, I couldn't help but wonder, would we emerge unscathed, or would our love consume us whole? With every heartbeat, I felt the pull of destiny, the weight of choices yet to be made. The rain began to pour, each drop a reminder of the gods watching, waiting, as we stood at the precipice of our own making, the line between love and power blurring like the horizon after a storm. And in that moment, as the world around us transformed into a tempest of emotion, all I could think was, this was only the beginning. The air crackled, heavy with an unspeakable tension. A storm brewed in the depths of Olympus, dark clouds swirling like the tormented souls of the gods below. In the dimly lit chamber of a once majestic palace, flickering torches cast dancing shadows across the intricate murals of Zeus and Hera, their faces a blend of divine beauty and haunting wrath. This was no ordinary moment, it was the threshold of chaos, where passion and fury collided, and the very foundation of their union trembled. I watched, heart pounding like a war drum, as Zeus stood rigid, his chiseled features twisted in an expression that was part anguish, part defiance. His voice thundered through the chamber, echoing off the marble walls, "You dare question my authority, Hera?" Each word was a lightning bolt, potent and electrifying. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of centuries, a legacy built on power, betrayal, and the crushing burden of love. Hera, fierce and proud, was a tempest in her own right. Her eyes blazed like molten gold, and for a moment, I saw the Queen of the Heavens reduced to a mere mortal, hurt and vulnerable. "Authority," she spat, the word dripping with scorn. "What good is your authority when it breeds only deceit? You think the world bows at your feet, yet it trembles in fear." The tension twisted through the air like a coiling serpent, ready to strike, and I felt the heat of their conflict seep into my very bones. Memories flickered around us, moments of joy twisted into shadows of despair. I remembered the laughter that once echoed through those halls, the grand feasts where love was a banquet rather than a battlefield. But now? Now, the laughter was silenced by the ghost of infidelity, an uninvited spectre haunting their union. The vibrant colors of the murals seemed to bleed into each other, depicting their divine love twisted into a grotesque mockery of what it once was. "I remember," Zeus said, voice softer now, almost pleading, "when we ruled together, Hera. When skies opened at our whim, and the heavens rejoiced in our love." There was a vulnerability in his tone that sent shivers down my spine, a crack in the facade of the omnipotent God. It was a poignant reminder of what was at stake, a flame flickering on the edge of extinguishment. "I remember," she replied, almost a whisper, "when you were my partner, not a tyrant cloaked in shadows." Her words were a dagger, sharp and precise, aimed straight at his heart. The walls trembled at the weight of their shared history, the echoes of passion turned to pain. A divine marriage twisted into a battlefield, every argument a scar etched into their souls. Outside, the winds howled, a mournful lament that mirrored the turmoil within their hearts. I could almost feel the earth beneath me quake, the world holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. Zeus's hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with unspent rage. "You think I betray you for mere whims? You've turned my love into a curse, a noose around my neck." And there it was, the shame spiraling through the air like a spectre, an undeniable truth that hung between them. In the silence that followed, the shadows grew thicker, wrapping around us, suffocating yet familiar, like a lover's embrace turned sinister. I could see the cracks forming, the vulnerability laid bare in the flickering light. But beneath the storm, a deeper, more profound current flowed, love. A love so fierce it could ignite the heavens and burn the darkest fears, yet so frail it stood on the brink of annihilation. "Zeus," she breathed, and for a moment, the walls of Olympus faded, and I saw them, two flawed beings caught in a cosmic dance, the universe swirling around their tumultuous hearts. "Do you remember the night under the stars?" he murmured, eyes softening as he conjured memories of whispered promises and dreams shared beneath the cosmos. "The night we thought we could conquer anything." The nostalgia sent a shiver that rippled through me, like the first breath of dawn breaking the hold of darkness. Hera's resolve faltered, the fire in her eyes flickering like a candle caught in a draught. "I remember the stars," she whispered. "But those stars have now become the weight of your betrayals. Each one a reminder that I am but a pawn in your games." Her voice quivered, each word steeped in a sorrow that echoed through my own heart, sorrow that felt as old as time itself. Their faces, once radiant, now reflected agony. I felt an overwhelming urge to reach out, to mend the rift that had formed between them, yet I was a mere observer in this divine tragedy, helpless to change the course of fate. The shadows grew heavier, and with every heartbeat, the tension ratcheted up, haunting the air with an unshakable sense of impending doom. "Don't you see?" he implored, desperation creeping into his voice. "Our love was always a tempest, Hera. We are not meant for calm waters. We are the storm, and without the storm, there is no life." His words were a desperate plea, resonating with raw truth, yet laced with the bitterness of unfulfilled promises. As the echoes of his voice faded, I could see the flicker of uncertainty in Hera's gaze. "And what if the storm destroys everything we've built?" she countered, her voice trembling like the leaves of an ancient tree in the wind. "What if love is not enough to save us?" A deafening silence enveloped the chamber, thick and suffocating. Time itself seemed to pause, the very fabric of reality hanging in the balance. It was an agonizing moment, where hope and despair intertwined, a fragile thread stretching across an infinite chasm. I felt the weight of their emotions crashing down upon me, each heartbeat a reminder of the love that once was, and the love that could be lost forever. In that charged space, I could sense the universe shifting, the gears of fate grinding against one another, and in that instant, I understood that these moments of raw vulnerability were not just for the gods but a mirrored reflection of our own human hearts. Each of us carries the weight of betrayal, the scars of love and loss, and as I stood there, witnessing their turmoil, I felt an unbreakable connection to their plight. The storm raged on, winds howling like the cries of the broken-hearted, and I knew that this confrontation was only the beginning. Their story, like the cosmos, was infinite. Their love a galaxy, swirling with dark matter and brilliant stars, forever bound in a dance, forever existing in the shadows and sunlight of their intertwined fates. And as the tension thickened, electric and unyielding, I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable moment where everything would change, where love would either be reborn from the ashes or consumed by the flames. The clock ticks mercilessly, each beat a hammer against the silence that hangs thick in the air. It's a night painted in shadows, a canvas splattered with the fears of two souls caught in a silent scream. I can't escape the feeling that the walls are closing in, each brick a reminder of choices made, paths taken, and the cacophony of regret that echoes in the corridors of my mind. I watch as Elara stands by the window, her fingers trembling against the glass, a fragile barrier between her and the world outside. Rain streaks the surface like tears cascading down her cheeks. She's a tempest, a storm of emotion, and I can feel her pain as if it were my own. "What do we do now?" she whispers, and her voice is barely a wisp, lost in the wind, swallowed by the night. What do we do now? The question hangs unasked between us, heavy with the weight of our shared past. I remember the crackling laughter we once shared over cups of coffee that had long gone cold. I remember the warmth of her smile, the way it lit up the dimmest corners of my heart. But now there's only the cold chill of fear. The specter of our decisions haunts us, casting long shadows over our looming future. Across the room, Ben leans against the wall, arms crossed, a fortress of defenses. His jaw is set, a clenched jawline that mirrors the turmoil within. "We can't keep running," he says, but the words feel like a brittle promise, ready to shatter under the pressure. He's always been the strong one, the one who held the reins when my heart raced too fast. Yet tonight, I see the uncertainty in his eyes, the flicker of doubt that betrays his stoic exterior. A siren wails in the distance, a haunting lullaby that echoes through my bones. It carries with it the ghosts of our past, the mistakes we made, the roads we chose not to take, the lives we left behind. I remember the exhilaration of those reckless moments, the thrill that coursed through us like electricity. Yet, somewhere along the line, we lost ourselves in the chase, in the desire to escape. Each step away from our past became a step toward our inevitable confrontation with it. Elara's eyes dart to Ben, and for a moment, I'm caught in the web of their unspoken connection. The air crackles between them, a tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. It's a raw reminder of the love that once bound us, a love now frayed, stretched thin by the weight of our choices. "You don't understand," she says, her voice trembling, a fragile note in the symphony of our tension. "We can't just walk away. Not now. But what is left for us?" The world outside feels distant, an alien landscape filled with shadowy figures that loom larger than life. I remember the first time we faced danger together, the bond that forged us in the fires of fear, the way our hearts beat in time with each other's. Yet, this isn't the same. This is survival, and survival often means sacrificing what's left of us. The room feels smaller now, the walls inching closer, suffocating us. I feel the heat rising in my chest, a wildfire of emotions threatening to spill over. "We can find a way," I say, my voice cracking under the strain. "We always have." But even as the words leave my lips, I sense the hollow echo behind them. Hope can be a cruel trickster, dangling promises like a mirage, just out of reach. Ben's gaze shifts, the storm within him swirling. "You think hope is enough?" His words are jagged, a cutting edge that catches me off guard. "Hope doesn't keep you warm at night. Hope doesn't protect you from the dark. The raw vulnerability in his voice stabs at me, each syllable a reminder of the fragility of what we have left. As fury and fear collide, tensions rise to a fever pitch. I can feel the air thickening, electric with unshed tears and unexpressed fears. Ben steps closer, his eyes searching mine for an escape route, a flicker of understanding amidst the chaos. "We can't keep pretending this will just go away," he says, and the weight of his words reverberates through the hollow spaces of my heart. Elara's eyes flash, a tempest of emotions that threatens to spill over. Pretending, she spits, anger lending fire to her tone. "This isn't a game. Our lives are at stake." It's a jagged edge, a reminder of the stakes we're playing with. The truth is a double-edged sword, and tonight, it cuts deep. I see it then, the way the shadows dance, the way the night wraps around us like a suffocating shroud. This is more than just a conversation, it's a reckoning. I remember the times we laughed in the face of danger, the moments we thought we were invincible. But there's no invincibility in this darkness, only the raw, pulsating fear of what lies ahead. Time flows unevenly, a river with turbulent currents, pulling us under as we struggle to stay afloat. I yearn for a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, to grasp the threads of this unraveling tapestry. Elara's breathing steadies, a shallow rhythm that echoes the racing of my heart. "We face it together," she whispers, and for a fleeting moment, I see the flicker of hope ignite, a fragile flame in the overwhelming darkness. But outside, the storm rages on, a reminder that our battle is far from over. The world has a way of moving on, indifferent to our struggles. I can almost hear the whispers of history, cautionary tales that echo through time, a reminder that the choices we make ripple beyond our comprehension. Every heartbeat, every breath, becomes a declaration, a promise to confront the shadows, to embrace the chaos. In this moment, we are more than a trio caught in a whirlwind of despair, we are warriors of our own making, each scar a testament to our fight. I remember the stars, the way they flicker in the night sky, ancient witnesses to our turmoil. We stand at the precipice, teetering on the edge of something monumental, something that could either be our salvation or our undoing. And as the night stretches on, I feel the weight of destiny pressing down upon us, whispering that this moment, this fragile, chaotic moment, is where we find our truth. The clock ticks on, relentless and unforgiving, but within the urgency, I feel a surge of determination. Together, we will write our story anew, forging a path through the darkness, one heartbeat at a time. The echoes of our past will guide us, but they will not define us. In this haunting silence, we will find our voice, and the world will listen. The moon hung low, a blood-red eye glaring down on the twisted remnants of an ancient temple, where shadows danced, whispering secrets of long-lost souls. The stones were cold, slick with the chill of night, and yet, here I stood, heart pounding against my ribs, the echo of my breath breaking the silence like a ragged gasp. I could feel it, the weight of despair, love, and jealousy coiling around me like a serpent, ready to strike. "Why did you do it?" The voice was a low growl, each syllable dripping with betrayal. There, illuminated by the dying light, stood Elara. Her once vibrant hair, now dulled by sorrow, framed a face that was both beautiful and haunting. The flicker of rage in her eye sparked something primal within me, a deep-rooted fear of losing her that clawed at my insides. I had loved her fiercely, passionately, but love can twist, warp, and become something monstrous. I thought, the words caught in my throat as memories flooded back, our shared laughter, the warmth of her smile, the way her eyes lit up under the stars. I thought it was for the best. I didn't want you to get hurt. But the hurt was already there, buried deep in the crevices of our entwined hearts, festering like an untreated wound. The shadows of our past loomed large, and I feared they would consume us both. I was a fool, driven by the wild urge to protect her, to shield her from a truth I had only just begun to grasp. "You didn't trust me," she spat, voice trembling with the weight of her words, each one striking harder than the last. I remember that moment, the way time seemed to freeze, the air thickening with unspoken words. I had seen the way she looked at him, the way her laugh had danced in the air when he was near. Jealousy, a green-eyed monster, had slithered into my heart, gnawing at the edges of my love, warping it into something unrecognizable. I had acted rashly, but the thought of losing her to someone else had sent me spiraling into darkness. Across the temple, shadows flickered, revealing Dorian, my friend, my rival, the man whose mere presence sent shivers skittering down my spine. He stood there, a smirk etched on his face, a predator waiting for the opportune moment to strike. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a storm brewing, each heartbeat drumming like a war cry. "You think you can take her from me?" I snarled, fingers curling into fists, a primal instinct roaring to life. "Take her?" Dorian chuckled, the sound dark and taunting. "She's not a prize to be won, my friend. She's a goddess in a world of mortals, and you failed to see that." Each word felt like a dagger, buried deeper with each syllable, twisting in my gut. But Ilara, her gaze flickered between us, a tempest of emotion swirling in her eyes. Love, confusion, heartbreak, each was a wave crashing against the shores of our past. "Stop it," she yelled, the force of her voice sending a shiver through the stones beneath us. "This isn't what I wanted. I never asked for this." Her pain resonated through the night, a chilling symphony that wrapped around my heart. I had wanted to protect her, but in my blind ambition, I had chained her to this moment. "Ilara, please," I whispered, reaching out, fingers trembling with the weight of my desperation. "Don't let him manipulate you. We can rise above this." But the shadows were alive, breathing, swirling around us, whispering memories of betrayal and loss. The temple seemed to pulse with the weight of our conflict, the air thick with tension, as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. In that split second, I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a fleeting moment that felt like eternity. I had laid my heart bare, yet here I stood, a jester in a court of gods, waiting for judgment. "You know the truth, Ilara," I implored, voice cracking like the stones around us. "I fought for you, even when I was blinded by fear. Don't let jealousy tear us apart. But love is a fragile thing, much like glass, it can cut deep, wound mercilessly if not handled with care." I knew that now, as the warmth of her affection began to slip away, replaced by the chill of uncertainty. The cosmos spun above us, indifferent to our plight, as we danced on the edge of oblivion, teetering between love and devastation. With every heartbeat, I felt the darkness closing in. The shadows shifted, whispering taunts and threats, wrapping tighter around my throat. "You're weak, a coward," they hissed. "You cannot keep her, she belongs to the night." In that moment of reckoning, I realized that redemption wouldn't come easily. It would take every ounce of strength left within me to fight for Ilara, to confront the monster I had become. I turned to Dorian, fury igniting my veins, the air crackling with the tension between us. "This ends tonight," I growled, each word a promise, a challenge. The night stretched before us, filled with the weight of our choices, the echoes of our love and betrayal swirling like smoke in the air. And I understood, in a way that shattered me, that love and jealousy are but two sides of the same coin, forever spinning in the chaos of our hearts. With every breath, with every heartbeat, we were caught in the eternal cycle, a dance of shadows and light, of love, jealousy, and the desperate longing for redemption. In the stillness, as the moon bore witness to our unfolding tragedy, the world held its breath. And with it, I felt the pulse of time itself, an unyielding reminder that this moment, this conflict, would echo through eternity, binding us together in ways that transcended mere existence. The night was alive, and we were but fleeting ghosts trapped in its embrace, forever chasing the light of our broken desires.